O- Okay. So we'll start. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Africa Energy Marketplace. My name is Wale Shonibare, Director, Energy Financial Solutions Policy and Regulations. But before we get started, let me give the floor to Mr. Adedayo Olowoniyi, the Special Advisor to the Minister for Power. Over to you, Adedayo.
Hearing you properly. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Because it seems that there's a bit of intermittency. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Fantastic. So good morning, everyone. I think firstly, I would just like to thank all the participants, panelists, the chair, the teams that have organized this event. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone. I think I would just like to first give a little bit of an overview on why we're here and what we're doing and what we actually like to achieve from this. I believe when the Electricity Act of 2023 was signed, it was very clear that the policy process must start within 12 months of the Electricity Act being signed. The Honorable Minister resumed in August, and I started with him in September. And we decided that at that point, we needed to undergo this process. So we started the policy process by having a ministerial retreat in December of 2023, where we got the stakeholders and the market together to review some of the challenges and potential solutions to the NESI. And we got a lot of feedback. When we got this feedback, then we built what we call the consultation paper. And that consultation paper is actually what is feeding into the Africa Energy Marketplace, which is being supported by our close friends, Africa Development Bank. And we're actually using the AEMP platform as a policy dialogue to engage further on the consultation paper that was developed from the ministerial retreat. From here, we're going to have some online sessions, and then we're going to have the actual physical AEMP in May. Then when we finish from there, we expect to have a more complete document, which we're going to embed further into the consultation paper, and then writing up the policy process starts. We believe that by the end of the AEMP, then we will have another 2 to 3 months to potentially draft the policy and get it gazetted, get it approved at FEC, and hopefully we'll have a holistic policy that is going to drive the NESI. One of the things that, and I would like to close with this, one of the things that we've truly tried to do is to make it as consultative as possible, which means involving as many stakeholders, both public and private, to help develop a policy that will drive the sector and that will be implemented, right? We had a lot of policies historically, and we're very good in developing policy. I think the other side is the implementation and the acceptance by the market. So I truly hope that going through this consultative process would enable the sector to see that we want to get as much involvement in developing the policy so that the market can actually own and drive the policy. So again, I'd just like to thank everyone for joining, and I'll hand over back to Wale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adedayo. So we're going to go through the order of play for today. We have a very, very brief presentation that we will be using to set the scene. You know, as we've already said, the Africa Energy Marketplace is a policy platform of the African Development Bank, but we're working closely for the 8th AEMP with the government of Nigeria to support the process of developing, the national integrated electricity plan, national integrated electricity policy and strategic implementation plan. So the agenda for this discussion today, I think we have roughly about an hour and a half, is, we'll have some quick introductions. We'll set out the session objectives. we talk about some of the key issues that we want to discuss today. This discussion is about recapitalizing the Nigeria electricity supply industry. We have some key questions we want to pose to some of our panelists, and we're going to introduce them later. And we also have policy recommendations that we want to take forward to the plenary session that's going to be happening on the 7th to 8th of May in Abuja. So if we move to the next slide, it's good to see, that a number of participants have been joining. We've had a very enthusiastic response, and institutions that are represented on the line amongst the participants are shown on this slide. Some of them, we can't cover everybody, but this is just to give you a flavor. And as Adedayo said, we're trying to be as inclusive as possible. So we have representatives of government, representatives of the private sector, of the regulator, and also the investment community. Along with me, as I chair this session, we have technical moderator, Mrs. Bosede Olaniyi, from the Federal Ministry of Power. She is the director responsible for planning, research, and statistics. So she will also be making part of this presentation in a few minutes. I'll bring her in a minute. So let's move on to the next slide. Just in terms of the issues that we are talking about during the next few days, the session you're in now is session A, which is looking at sustained necessary capitalization. But later today, there's another session on universal access. And then, the national wholesale market. We are also discussing state markets. We'll be discussing climate change and low carbon economy, just energy transition. That's on Wednesday, and ending with human capital and national content development. So as you can see, the conversation is wide ranging. We're going to be covering a lot of issues and hopefully eliciting key policy recommendations that will feed into government policy and will be implemented. So next slide. So again, on this topic of recapitalization, we've had the consultation paper. There's been a diagnostics report put together, by the team. We're now talking about policy solutions that will be wide-ranging, which we will touch on later on. Many of us understand the financial challenges in the sector, but we'll also touch on that. And then we will end with, the next steps. So going back to the key issues, let me invite my technical moderator, Mrs. Olaniyi, to take on the next slide, which is going to explore the context for this discussion and some of the issues that the sector is facing. Over to you, Mrs. Olaniyi.
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning, panelists. Good morning, other participants at this session. This session, just as the chairman had said, we'll be looking at a number of issues that we believe would help NESI even to take its pride of place in the power sector. Now, critically, we're looking at recapitalization, which is vital to attract private sector investments, to ensure that we have improved service delivery and financial sustainability in the sector. We'll also be looking at several initiatives that the state's market that is to be established and which have been established across some states already, and DISCO restructuring, as well as opportunities for optimized capitalization. We'll also be looking at efficient recapitalization mechanism, including debt restructuring, equity injection, PPPs and concessional financing. We expected to also look at strategic implementation of these approaches in order to ensure that we have capital inertia and enhance service provision and operational efficiency. We'll also be expected to look at sustained recapitalization to ensure that the NESI is steered towards a robust and sustainable future. Can you please go to the next slide? Now, there are a number of questions that we expect panelists to help us to answer this morning. Some of these questions are listed on the slides, and I'm going to take them. I'll run through them. Number one is that what are the most effective strategies and critical points for applying electricity subsidies? At what points should we be looking at in the value chain? Should we apply subsidy? Is it at the level of consumption or the level of production? Another question would be, which recapitalization mechanism and method should be prioritized, considering debt levels, investors' interests, and regulatory environments? The third question would be, how can the federal government regulator spearhead and transform responsibilities in the context of new market designs? And these markets, of course, include the national wholesale markets and the state electricity markets. Another question would be, how can federal governments and states coordinate resource planning to meet demands, particularly the JET and NDC objectives? How can we ensure electricity sector regulations are aligned with related sectors, such as gas to power? And I believe we have somebody from Ministry of Petroleum, gas sector on the panel. What strategies are essential for transforming to cost-reflective tariffs and addressing legacy tariffs shortfall while maintaining affordability for our consumers? We also want to look at strategies that will ensure states assume responsibilities for electricity subsidies and universal access, drawing on the experiences from Rural Electrification Agency, in particularly regarding to the Electricity Fund and the Consumer Access Fund. Lastly, we'll be looking at how states can take over AEMP's role and provide necessary guarantees that independent power producers may require. Next slide, please. Now, while working on the consultation paper, 3 key policy recommendations were put forward. What we expect from this session this morning is whether we want to affirm these policy recommendations or review them or improve them. So 3 key policy recommendations are as follows. Number one, a sector-wide recapitalization exercise should be announced to facilitate the transition to decentralized state-based electricity markets. Number 2 policy recommendation is that government should make a declaration of its approach and posturing for the development of the electricity markets. And lastly, is that universal access and assistance to electricity consumer will be of necessity, be driven only through systems and no longer through budgetary allocation. Next slide, please. I think I'm handing over to the chair at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bosode. Thank you so much. Now, we are going to have a discussion to talk about these policy recommendations and the issues. We have some session panelists with us. Unfortunately, some of them were not able to join, so we had to bring on new panelists very quickly. But we will have a robust conversation. And one thing I would like to encourage as much as possible from participants is that you put your comments and questions in the Q&A chat. So that's what we're going to do. And because we wouldn't have time for everybody to speak, we're encouraging participants, just put your questions in writing. Our technical moderator is going to be looking through the questions from time to time. I will call on her to to read out some questions or or comments, just to get the input from the floor as well. So as much as possible, we want an interactive session. So just please be putting your comments and questions and your own policy recommendations as well, in the chat as we progress with the discussion. So the first question or issue I want to talk about is this issue of subsidies. First, question. Some people will often ask, why does NESI need subsidies? We've privatized the sector. I'm sure during Goodluck Jonathan's government, when the privatization happened, I think in some quarters the expectation was that the sector, like telecoms, will no longer require any subsidies and the market would just take over. But the electricity sector is slightly different. So why do we need subsidies still? Yeah. And what are the most effective strategies for applying those subsidies? And lastly, government has spent a fortune on subsidies, right? Through different central bank programs and through the support to other entities within the sector. Are we applying these subsidies in the smartest way possible? So what are the smart subsidies? What are the smarter ways of applying subsidies? So on this topic, I would like to invite somebody who's eminently qualified to talk about these issues, and that is, Dr. Yusuf Ali, who is the Commissioner Planning Research Strategy from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. So Yusuf, just please take, 5 to 10 minutes, just explain to us this issue, not 10 minutes, actually 5 minutes on this issue of subsidies, why we need them and how we can target them.
Okay, good morning, Wale and fellow panelists and attendees. It's indeed a pleasure to be here with you today. As we all strive to find some conclusive answers to the questions that have, hindered the sector from achieving our intended outcome of, electricity provision to all Nigerians. So I think on the issue of, I have 3 questions that Wale has asked me, so I'll just run through them very quickly. I think the first question on the issue of why do we need a subsidy? I think fundamentally, a subsidy arises when there is a difference between the cost of providing a service and what customers are being asked to pay. That's fundamentally when a subsidy arises, right? Wale made reference to the telecom sector. I think one challenge or one peculiarity of the power sector is that even after privatization, you still have localized monopolies because the distribution segment of the market is still a monopoly run by a particular disco where you find yourself, right? And in that kind of environment, there's no room for competition, right? And once there's no room for competition, you need to have a regulator that then helps you set a tariff of what is fair to be charged. Now, in Nigeria's context, and I think this is probably one of the missteps of the reforms, is that I recall that when I had meetings with particular investors, they said that one of the conditions for the privatization was that effective 1st of November 2013, the government would take a hands-off approach on tariff determination, thereby allowing the tariffs to be fully cost-reflective. Now, the challenge is, we are almost 11 years after that, and there has never been a time where tariffs have been cost-reflective. So the way the sector is currently structured today is that the Commission, NERC, has the responsibility of determining what is the cost reflective tariff for any of the discos. Now, that cost reflective tariff has fundamentally three components. There's the cost of production, which is generation. There's the cost of transmission, and then there's cost of distribution and supply, which is bundled in the Nigerian context. Now, at any point when that's calculated, in an ideal world, that tariff would then be passed on to consumers for them to pay fully. But we all understand the sociopolitical lens of pricing of electricity in Nigeria. You know, Nigerian citizens feel, since we have gas, there's no reason why, you know, we should be paying so high for electricity. But unfortunately, electricity, like any other commodity, is open to many factors, right? And as such, the price that is cost reflective is above what people perceive to be what the cost should be. So as a result, there has been several government interventions to limit what customers are allowed to pay, right? And by doing that, you just incur a subsidy cost for the government. So that's a summary view of why we have subsidies in the sector. Now, when you think about subsidies as a whole, it's actually subsidy, I think it has a negative connotation in Nigeria because of the history of subsidies in Nigeria. But the reality is, all over the world, the government has a primary responsibility of ensuring that the people live a decent life, right? And as a result, subsidy is a mechanism used by governments around the world to ameliorate, cost of living issues across many sectors. So in the case of, for example, in the UK, and at the height of COVID, there was a subsidy that was provided, right, through pricing caps issued to the utilities that don't exceed this amount, no matter the consumption. And whatever the difference is, the government will cover it, and so on and so forth. So I think when you look around the world, the most common method of implementing power sector subsidies are in the form of what you call inclined block tariffs, right? Whereby the lifeline consumption of all citizens is at a subsidized rate. And then when you consume above lifeline, you then sort of pay a tariff that is closer to cost reflective. So I know when I was doing some research in the past, in Hong Kong, it was 50 units a month. So the first 50 units that you procure every month is at a very subsidized rate, because that was the volume of energy that the government determined to be a survival energy level, right? So anybody that was consuming above that, government determined that you're obviously adequately financially capable to cover the cost. And so you pay the cost rate tariff. You know, just like the petroleum sector in Nigeria, the challenge is that we have always operated an open-ended subsidy, right? Whereby the subsidy is enjoyed by everybody without any bound real conditions on how much you enjoy. And I think there was a World Bank report in 2019 that actually said the top 15% of Nigeria at the time, in terms of population, in terms of economic top 15%, they accounted for up to 60% of the subsidy being enjoyed. Because the reality is, while a less privileged person will put on some bulbs and so on, right? Someone that is more well-to-do will have 3 or 4 ACs on. And at the end of the day, the gross consumption over the course of a month will be significantly higher for that person. But since they all enjoy subsidy on a per unit level, the richer person would have enjoyed a significantly higher share of the subsidy provided than the poor. So I think, and that's sort of like leads me to the last question that Wale asked around what are the smart ways of subsidy administration. I think obviously a very critical way of looking at it would be a subsidy that has this cap, right? Whereby you protect the poor by ensuring that their consumption is subsidized, right? And then anybody that consumes above that particular threshold will pay the right price. Now, I think in the absence of data, unfortunately, because this calls for a lot of data for you to be able to know who is rich, who is poor, and so on and so forth, we sort of came up with what we thought was the next best thing, which is the issue of service-based tariff, right? At the heart of it, the service-based tariff is a tariff that attempts to implement the yearnings of the consumers, In 2020, the Commission did tariff rate case hearings, and we did a stakeholder consultation. And the overarching outcome from those consultations was the customer said, we're willing to pay if we get the service. Now, when you look at what it takes to deliver the service, the most critical thing actually is just infrastructure, right? Because no matter the level of willingness to pay of consumers in a particular area, if the infrastructure, both on the transmission side and distribution, do not have the relevant or the appropriate level of reliability, it will be impossible for the service to be delivered. So we then said, okay, let's move to a service-based tariff under which areas that get the best quality of service pay tariffs that are closest to cost-reflective, right? And this came into effect, I believe, in September of 2020, and it has been around since. Obviously, there was a bit of noise over the last couple of weeks because there was a review of the tariffs being paid by the Band A customers to taking cognizance of the significant changes in the macroeconomic environment. But notwithstanding, I think what you then have is that, coincidentally, there is a strong overlap between quality of infrastructure and the socioeconomic class of people that live in an area, right? So when you look at it now, the Band A's in Lagos are Ikoyi, Ikeja GRA, Magodo GRA, Obudu GRA, all of these places, right? Which, coincidentally, are the areas that actually have the best infrastructure. And they also happen to have the areas of greatest affluence in those areas. So we think that as an interim measure, it is okay for customers that are getting the service, who also happen to be the ones that have the highest level of affordability, to exit the subsidy regime, right? Then leaving the government subsidy to be focused on areas where you have people that are more vulnerable. Now, we still need to battle the issue of metering and improve customer enumeration, because in a world where, for example, a customer ID is connected to your NIN and your BVN, it's very possible for the government to then know that, okay, this particular customer 1002 is, based on the salary and the account activity in his account, he's not a well-to-do person. And you can have a targeted subsidy framework that focuses on those people. But I think as an interim measure, the SBT is when you look at the Venn diagram, there's sufficient overlap between the people that are enjoying the subsidy now and the people that need it. So I think that's how we would administer it in the short term, pending the time where we have more analytics and so on that can lead to more targeted subsidy administration in a closed-ended structure to allow it benefit the real people that actually need it. I'll stop there, Wale.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. I mean, you made a lot of very interesting and important points, around, why is a subsidy needed, the cost in situations where the cost of providing the service is greater than the actual charge or the revenue. And there can be many reasons for that. And some people will even ask you whether that's a true cost of providing the service, but that's a separate discussion which we will go into now. And then obviously you talked about the different parts of the value chain, the production, the transmission, and the distribution and supply, and the fact that we have gas in this country and people's expectations around what they should be paying in a country that is endowed with gas, where they may not have taken into account the cost of getting that gas out of the ground, and the fact that some of the expertise you need is international and priced in dollars. And so, so we do need the subsidies. But if we do need subsidies, how are we going to apply them? And I like the point you made about Hong Kong, where, the first 50 units, Lifeline, why are we subsidizing everybody? So these subsidies have to become smarter. And it's good to see the move towards the service-based tariffs, where we're trying to separate out the people who don't need the subsidy so that we can actually concentrate on people who do need it. So in terms of, policy recommendations, we've said, okay, we do need the subsidies. They need to be smarter. We've come up with service-based tariffs. But is that the only policy recommendation that we have? I'm sure there are probably others. People talk about, even things like direct cash transfers to the accounts of people who need things. Like the previous government tried that for food, for instance, where certain amounts were paid to certain socioeconomic groups. because there are leakages in the way the subsidies are being implemented. So the importance of data is absolutely critical to be able to know who needs the subsidy and who doesn't. But how can we fine-tune the subsidy regime to a point where it is at par with some of the best practices in the world? Things like providing vouchers for electricity to certain socioeconomic groups. Okay, if you have your metering and you have to load it up, maybe you can have a voucher that is provided by state government based on certain identification and proof that just to avoid leakages. So has there been any thinking about that? And because where we're going, we want to try and feed this into some policy recommendation on this whole subsidy thing. And then, in addition to that, one of the things that we do as a bank in different countries is what we call a cost of service survey, because it's often controversial, the cost of the actual service, because is that the most efficient cost? Do we want to be subsidizing the inefficiency of the utility, for instance? So can you give us, some thoughts on these issues? It's not just about the cost side of the equation. Not just about the revenue side of the equation. There's also the cost side. And what sort of recommendations can we be putting forward in this regard?
Thanks, Wale. I think so. It's interesting that you sort of you raised a few interesting points as well. I think on the issue of Lifeline, the thing is, currently we have a Lifeline tariff. I think it was 4 naira in the old regime. I don't know. I think it's about 16 naira now per unit. But what you have is that because of the poor customer enumeration, right, the ultimate beneficiaries of that Lifeline tariff is very limited. I can't recall, but I believe there was a disco when we were doing the analysis, they recorded less than 100 Lifeline customers, right? Which is a reflection of their own inability to actually, do the socioeconomic mapping of their customers, right? So that's sort of one thing. I think in terms of what are the ways that we have been considering for subsidy, improvement of subsidy administration, I think the first thing to note is that currently the way subsidy is administered in the sector is as follows. So let's say, for example, the cost of generation, let's say, is 140 naira, okay? The cost of transmission is 20 naira. So that takes you to 160, and the cost of distribution is 60 naira. So that takes you to 220. Okay. Now, anytime you do not allow the discos to charge the cost reflective tariff, right, there needs to be an adjustment somewhere along that value chain that keeps them whole, right? Because it's very important that they are whole so that you can hold them to account on their own obligations. And I think if we'll get to the issue of debts further in the future, right, to see how this has played out. So what you have is that effective from 2019, the Commission actually started something called the minimum remittance obligation. Okay. And so what that seeks to do is that it seeks to define the subsidy that will be enjoyed by a distribution company as a result of the delta between its cost reflective tariff as well as the allowed tariff. You must note that the cost reflective tariff for different discos, for all the discos, actually vary, because while the cost of generation is largely the same, transmission is the same, the cost of the distribution cost varies for a few reasons. The first one is the allowed ATC and C losses is different, right? Because the quality of infrastructure that they inherited and so on, and privatization. Second thing is that there are slight variances in the OPEX of the distribution companies arising from the difference in land mass and so on, and energy density. So for example, in Eco, right, you have high rises, houses are very compact. You can't compare that with someone like Kano, where, you can go, the energy density is much less per square meter. And then the third thing is also the cost of privatization, because this was a government privatization. So the value that was paid for the assets at privatization has to be recognized in the books of the discos. So what you then have is that what we do is we say, for example, the cost effective tariff is 220, okay? You're allowed tariff. So before the review that happened in April, you were having allowed tariffs, around 65 naira or something. So out of the cost of 220, only 65 is allowed to be recovered. So what we then do is that out of that 65, we take out the DISCO's full recovery, okay? So DISCO recovers its full revenues, right? Based on the model. Then you also allow the DISCO to pay transmission fully, right? So subsidy was only being administered at the generation leg of it. So out of the 140 naira that MBET is supposed to charge the DISCO for the energy provided, right? You have a situation where after you allow distribution to recover its cost, transmission recover cost, potentially only about 10 or 20 naira left for generation. So what you then have is then you can then have a DISCO having an MRO of 10% or 15%, right? And that was something that, really negatively affected the sector, because I think between October of 2023 and February of 2024, the MROs were hovering around, so MRO being that's the minimum rentals obligation of the distribution companies to MBET, was hovering around, 15%. So there was a month where the GenCos were invoiced MBET a total sum of 260 billion naira, right? But because of the non-cost effectiveness of the tariffs, DISCOs were only obligated to remit 24 billion, less than 10%, about 9-point-something%, right? So right now, we administer subsidy at that level, whereby you can say we are subsidizing production, because when the cost of production is determined, we allow the other segment of the market to recover their revenues, and the government will then intervene at that level. But obviously, in an environment where this was cash-backed, like the subsidy is cash-backed and well-defined, there will be no problem. And I think it's one of the things where the Honorable Minister of Power has been very, very insistent on the fact that subsidy itself is not a problem, but just be sure that whatever you're looking to subsidize, there's a cash backing behind it, because so that you can pay these guys on time and they'll proceed. I don't know if the man from NMDPRA is here, but you would see that once you have a decline in remittance performance towards the GenCos and the GasCos, the gas supply to the power sector becomes more constrained, because we live in a market where there is a mismatch between the gas production and the demand. In addition to that, we also operate a sector-based pricing in the gas sector, where the power sector is on the lower end of the price. I think we're at 218 before. We moved to 248 or 242, effective 1st of April. But so what happens is, if you're not a good paying customer and your tariff is low, right, the gas companies have very little incentive to channel their limited supply to you, right? So you have the Dangotes of this world and the gas-based industries being the priority customers for the gas suppliers, which has further contributed to the challenges that we face. But I think just to round up on this round of questions, on the issue of approaches that we thought about for improving the subsidy, we actually thought about introducing this inclined block tariff into the equation, whereby the government can say, I'm willing to subsidize the first 5,000 naira or 7,000 naira worth of electricity that's consumed for every customer. And beyond that, if you vend, so we consider doing it on something called the buy one, get one free model, right? So if you vend 5,000 naira worth of energy, you actually get 10,000 worth, because the government is sort of matching your, matching your contribution upwards 5,000. And then beyond that, you sort of like, you start paying the full cost. Now, one of the challenges with that we were not able to implement it, and we ended up just resorting to review for Band A, is the data requirements that we have for us to be able to actually ensure that the customer enumeration is correct, whereby the number of customers that are enjoying the subsidy per DISCO is actually precise and so on and so forth. We didn't think we had that level of sophistication just quite at the time. And so we thought, as an interim measure, let's proceed with the service-based tariff, which largely, as I said earlier, covers the, more affluent areas. But in the background, we are still working on trying to resolve all the bottlenecks that would prevent us from doing an inclined block tariff. Because ultimately, one of the shortfalls of the service-based tariff is that, unfortunately, there are some vulnerable people that live in affluent areas, right? So, for example, if I inherit a piece of property from my father, right, or I'm a retiree, for example, right, the fact that I live in Maitama or Wuse doesn't mean that I'm actually affluent by the most technical definition of affluence, but I happen to be covered by that area, and as a result, I'm subjected to that tariff. So we're still working on, what are the best socioeconomic mapping of, ensuring that you can identify the truly vulnerable people. And once we have that, I think the market might then be ripe for us to sort of transition towards this inclined block tariff, whereby everybody enjoys a certain level of subsidy, right? But beyond that, then your socioeconomic status will determine what you pay for any incremental volume of energy consumed. Thank you.
Apologies, I I lost my connection for a few seconds. So, sorry, are you done, Yusuf?
Yeah, I'm done. I think just to recap for you,
Okay.
since you're not here, right?
Okay.
What I said,
Fine.
sort of like my closing, was
Yeah.
that, you know, we sort of like took the service-based tariff transition as a stopgap, because
Okay.
we realized that we don't have the database yet, and
Right.
the administration mechanics to be able to transition towards an inclined block tariff. But I think something
Okay.
that we're actively considering, because we think
Okay.
that would then ensure that even if you happen to be a vulnerable person living in an affluent area, you can still be protected by the subsidy regime.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much for that very detailed, expansive response. I'm sure our rapporteurs have captured many of the very useful, constructive things that you recommended there. Can I just refer to my technical moderator, to Mrs. Alani? Well, I'm seeing comments and questions are coming in from the floor. Is there anything that you want to share, or any questions that perhaps have come out of this part of the conversation so far?
So I also lost connection for a few seconds a while ago, but I've
Okay.
seen comments generally here. If you want me to take any one of them, there are comments generally. So, but the one that I think we could take is someone, Mobolaji Aluko, who says you can have 20 hours of candle power supply. So charging a higher tariff does not guarantee customer satisfaction. I don't know whether Dr. Yusuf wants to say anything about that.
No, it's fine. I think some of these comments, we just take them in our stride. I think it's what we were saying about, quality of supply is also very important. And, people talk about cost-reflective tariffs, but generally there isn't the willingness to pay if people are not getting the service. So as we advocate cost-reflective tariffs, I think quality of supply is also something that we need to bear in mind. I think that's basically what that comment was saying. But let me move on to another topic here. And, this topic is around this issue of, recapitalization mechanisms, because we have seen that despite the issues that we've had in the sector, on the generation side, there's still investments coming in. I mean, we saw the Geregu listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. The shares have been doing fairly well. AFAM was taken over by Transcorp. So on the generation side, there's been investment in the assets. I mean, they're complaining they're not getting paid, fully. All of their invoices are not being settled. But there is some investments that have come into that sector. But we want to replicate that in the other sectors downstream. How can we get more investment to come into the transmission assets? How can we get investment to come into distribution? And how can we use more of the tools that we have? Capital markets instruments, asset sale, for instance, and also liberalization of the sector, open access. We've talked about it already. It's already happening to a certain extent, where you're allowing the unbundling of the sector so that you can have different buyers in the sector. It doesn't just have to be the discos that are able to, procure generation. You can have commercial and industrial type deals where certain large corporates are able to buy directly from the generation company, which we're already seeing in some areas. And they're just paying TCN to be able to use the wires, to be able to, pass their molecules through the transmission network. And so in that context around, the future of embed, should embed be that bulk buyer that just sits in the middle of everybody, or should embed just be another buyer in the sector? You know, I gave the example of, you know, NITEL. I mean, NITEL was not abolished. It was just that other players were brought into the telecom sector and NITEL wasn't able to compete and kind of just faded away. So when we talk about how we recapitalize the sector, we also have to look at business models that make sense and will bring in more, you know, move away from this single buyer model of just embed to other entities that are able to pay for the electricity that they are consuming. And this is particularly in relation to the wholesale side of the market. So let me bring in Mrs. Ryla Thomas here to just talk us through some of the things that we can also think about, particularly at the disco end, because Ryla she's the MD of EMRC, a consultancy organization, and also the chairperson of Kaduna Disco. So Ryla, in terms of improving the liquidity in the sector, what are some of the ideas that can help us shift some of the pressure away from just, you know, embed as a single buyer? Over to you. Is Ryla on the line? She did say that she had a weak connection.
Yeah.
Ryla, are you on?
She's not online currently. I think she's disconnected.
Okay. Okay, she's not online currently. Okay. So on this issue of you know, open access and how we can get, you know, some more players in the sector, you know, it also extends to the issue of transmission. You know, people have talked about getting more private sector investment in, you know, transmission lines. And, you know, obviously the private sector can build it, but the asset at a point in time later on can still transfer to Transmission Company of Nigeria. But at least you're finding ways for private sector to be able to mobilize financing for transmission lines. And so there are different approaches that one could look at. I mean, in Latin America, they've been particularly successful at attracting the private sector into the transmission lines, into the transmission sector. So in terms of the regulatory aspects to allow that to happen, are we doing enough to drive open access to the sector? And obviously, like Yusuf said, if you have, you know, a lot of these things depend on having the infrastructure in place. You know, so the transmission network has to be in place. The distribution network has to be in place. The physical infrastructure has to be in place. Then you overlay that with a commercial structure that then allows the private sector to come in. So with my two panelists, I don't know, Mrs. Olani, do you want to, you know, are there any points that you want to add on this issue around further liberalization of the sector? And then I'll also get some comments, you know, from Yusuf, you know, to talk about the regulatory aspects. You know, what's the thinking in the ministry around this, or are there any general comments from the floor? You're on mute. Hello, you're on mute.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I think the policy direction for the ministry is that embed should sunset at some point. And
Okay.
for us, we believe that that should happen even very quickly. As a matter of fact, I think the timeline set for embed sunsets, it should be about now. But for the fact that the market is not fully developed to the point where embed will phase out naturally, they are being given some more time within which other organizations, private sector particularly, can come in and take over what they are doing. But while MBET is still there, they are being told to transform into a market, an online market system where people can access power, buy and sell power, provide a kind of a platform where people can provide and buy power at their own various levels without their direct intervention. And I think that's what MBET is working on now. But meanwhile, the policy direction as far as the ministry is concerned is that MBET should give way to allow some other players to come in within the shortest possible time.
Yeah, indeed. And so we're saying MBET should evolve into a trader, basically, so they can be an intermediary. They don't have to be the ones looking for the money to pay the Gencos, but they can be an intermediary that facilitates that trade of electricity between buyers and sellers. Which is something that is also happening more around, regional trade. And that's one thing that we should also take into account when we talk about providing the commercial foundation for the Nigeria's electricity supply industry, because there are countries we've seen on the continent who are able to generate significant flows from trading. So Mozambique is a case in point, where they're selling significant amounts of electricity into the Southern Africa power pool. And one thing about Mozambique is they're generating hard currency, foreign exchange, from trading electricity, which means that you can then finance some of your assets in hard currency. We have this big mismatch in Nigeria between trying to finance assets in hard currency and paying in local currency. So I think that's a very important thing that we can look at, both trade at the national level and also regional trade. And in order to do that, we have to build the regional interconnections. But that's a very useful point about the way MBET is evolving. But I can see that Dr. Joy Ogaji has raised her hand. So yes, if you want to intervene, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Wale, I'm not intervening. Rather, Ebipere Clark is in the waiting room as one of our potential panelists. If you can call on him, please.
Sorry, who's in the waiting room?
Ebipere Clark, Mr. Clark.
Oh, right. Ebby Clark, fantastic. Okay, Ebby, please join the conversation. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Wale. I don't know if anyone can hear me. Can you hear me?
Okay, so I think your intervention is very timely, because we were talking about subsidy, and then we were talking about smart subsidies, and then open access, and how we can recapitalize the sector. And I mentioned the fact that there are different ways in which that recapitalization can happen. It could happen through further deregulation, having buyers and sellers who are creditworthy, who are able to pay, but we have to have that infrastructure in place. We also talked about having, see ways in which the capital markets can be brought in to intervene, and also things like asset sales where possible. We saw what's happened with AFAM now, taken over by Transcorp. We saw what happened with the listing of Geregu on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and I think
I think I heard all of that. I mean, I was here, I was listening. I sort of came.
Oh, you were. So I shouldn't
so
repeat myself. Okay, so please jump in and offer, some thoughts.
Okay. I think I have to sort of define what I mean by recapitalization, so that I'm not sort of confusing anybody. Liquidity in the market will only improve with investment. We can all agree to that. Investment needs to come in at some level into the market in terms of cash. So when people say there's a liquidity problem, in essence, there's a lack of investment to reduce losses. Can we agree on? So if there's investment to reduce losses, we will keep on and continuously have liquidity. If there's not enough investment, we will keep on having a liquidity issue. So how do we get this investment in? Two ways: equity or debt. The only thing with debt is that debt needs to be repaid back as you're going along. So if we now have collections can't pay for energy, we now have to have collections that not only pay for energy but pay for debt. That is a problem we have continuously had in this market. Collections that can't pay for energy will not immediately be able to pay for energy plus debt. And we think it, because it's very important. If we keep on doing what we're doing, we're going to. We can't finance any improvement, or we can't find sufficient improvement solely by debt. It can't pay for anything. Equity needs to be raised, and that is the first step. Question is, how much equity do you need to raise to run a budget disco? That is a regulatory question. Okay. If you look at the banking sector now, the banking sector is saying have to raise additional capital by the issuance of new shares as a capital market solution. There has never been any raising of capital in the discos, because if you look at what the banks are trying to do now, they are issuing new shares. By issuing new shares, you sort of reduce the total, you increase the total number of shares and you can cash into the organization. And as I put into balance sheet, 2013, the 1.8 billion was to pay for 60% of existing shares. This is very critical. So there has never any equity capital in the shares. Question to us is, how much equity capital does it take to run this or a franchise? That has to be a commitment that the person who runs a disco or that franchise has to put in place. Because if not, if all they do is borrow debt, then somehow the collections, and whether you call it a cost-effective tariff, will have to pay for the energy, the debt repayments, and all the additional. And that is very hard to do. In essence, the payment for the equity comes from the increase in volume of energy flowing in. So this is the issue. When I talk about recapitalization, I talk about the raising of new equity capital to finance a transition, to secure debt, to get the investments in, to reduce the losses. And that's what I mean by recapitalization. So someone has to come up with some sort of model for how much capital is required to run a disco or a subset of a disco. And that's really a regulatory job. So that's the first sort of thing I'd have to say. And it can be done by a variety of means. Now, my view is, I don't think the discos have the capacity to raise enough equity at their whole franchise level. I really don't think that's possible. That is a large amount of money. I think there may be some way of reducing in franchises, issuing new equities for sub-franchises, and going in that manner. But then once again, you now have this problem of the discos in some way are going to split into state franchises. Let's just put it like that. So there could be an inquiry in looking at state franchises and saying what additional equity is required to run the individual state franchises. But when I talk about recapitalization, I talk about, and what I mean is the issuance of new equity. And I think that's very critical. Otherwise, you will not be able to cascade the set of effects to invest, reduce losses, increase liquidity, and increase volumes.
No, that's a very good point, Eddie. But the dilemma is, how do you raise new equity in a situation where you're not being paid for all the electricity that you're selling? Because that's the situation that we're finding ourselves in, where, as a result of losses, the technical issues, and also the tariff regulation, the discos are claiming that they're not able to recover, their full costs. So as a result of that, they are subsidizing the sector instead of the other way around. And as a result, they've had their equity wiped out, so many of these discos are technically bankrupt, and they have not even been able to service their debt. So how do you value negative equity? How do you get new equity players to come in? And what I would like to suggest is that people should start paying their bills. So obviously there's a consumer level, there's all the energy theft and all of that needs to be addressed. And then at the wholesale level, the government entities should start paying their bills. And how do you get that that cash flow to come into the sector? Because that's what's going to drive the investment. Nobody puts good money after bad, after all. So it becomes like a chicken and egg. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what you've described is exactly what the 2013 privatization was meant to be. That's what you've just described. You have entities that have negative free cash flow. Who's going to invest into a negative free cash flow enterprise, is what you're saying? No one. Not unless there's a regulatory guarantee that prices or the framework is there. Right now, there isn't. So we can talk about recapitalization, but it isn't going to happen unless these things are there. And everything you have just said was a condition pre-privatization. The only catch is we've never achieved it. So we'll keep on going round until we get there. Now, the question is, let me be dead frank, with the states, there's an additional level of confusion, because the states themselves, if they come into it, have to answer the very questions you've just said. Are they going to create an environment where someone can come in with new capital? So neither the federal government over the last 10 years has done that. And, like I said, and very cool, people don't seem to understand this. There is a difference between buying 60% of existing shares, which is what discos did, and they invested good money. They paid 60% of existing shares in a company that was a negative free cash flow. Now, I'm sorry, the equity at privatization was worth zero. They paid for a company that's worth zero. Now, the other way of doing it is to have a 6-for-4 rights issue, which is what we have to do going forward. You issue 6 new shares for every 4 old shares. And that 1.8 billion or 2 billion that they paid for stays on the balance sheet as cash. Okay? So all that happened was a 1.8 billion went to the government, not to the companies. So it's as if we don't even understand what we mean by recapitalization. Recapitalization is a growing of the balance sheet of the entity. If you buy existing shares, which is what you did in Yola, if you buy existing shares, which is what you did in Kano, which is what we've done, you don't change the balance sheet. So how do we change the balance sheet of an entity? You're right. The balance sheet is not going to change if the investor does not believe they're going to get a return. But that was the same issue that was there in 2013. So I always have a hard problem understanding what people mean by recapitalization. Because if the balance sheet doesn't change, you haven't recapitalized. So what you have got to do is you've got to get rid of all the losses. Don't get me wrong. There needs to almost be like a reprivatization. Losses have to be stripped. Absolutely. The balance sheet has to be cleaned up, and then you have to issue new shares. Now, to do that again at the disco level is going to be very hard. Now, can you do that at the state franchise level? I don't know. I don't know if the states are up to it. So I do not see how we can recapitalize the discos. Let me put it that way. But what we're going to have to do is take off the debt, and this has to be done in a fair way. We're going to have to break up the discos into edible chunks, and those edible chunks, and not all of them, will have to raise additional new equity capital, create the investment at that network level, to reduce the losses. And that's what I mean by recapitalization. And that's a sort of finance point of view. But when I hear it in the power sector, I don't understand what recapitalization means, because it's not the same thing that I mean. I mean growing the balance sheet. That's it.
Thanks, Evie. Some radical ideas there. Break up the discos and then.
No. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying someone has said recapitalize, and if you look at how the banks are recapitalized, they are issuing new shares to grow their balance sheet. So,
understood.
I mean, Yusuf's here. What does NERC mean by recapitalize? That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. If everyone has a different meaning, we're never going to come. So I have to be very clear on what I mean. I mean growing the balance sheet for an entity that has responsibility for a part of the network. That's what I mean.
Yeah. My understanding of the recapitalization, in addition to what you said, obviously we need to grow the balance sheet, but we also have to improve the cash flows, because ultimately what investors are buying is the future cash flows of the company. So that you have to improve the cash flows, and that's what drives the valuation of what you're buying. So
but that's a regulatory rules. That's a regulatory rules. So there needs to be the environment. So so all this not changing MITO, no one's going to come and invest. So whether you come down to a level and you say we have now floated the rate, we've now done something, there needs to be a change of how the price is determined. And there needs to be a guarantee on that change of price, because no one is going to believe the government is going to revert to its view. Now, let me add one more thing. There needs to be what I call an additional mechanism to a cost-reflective tariff, because everywhere in the world, tariffs get frozen at some point, if you see what I mean, everywhere, even in Europe. So in this new regulatory design, it's like we promise you that the price will do this, but in the event that we don't, because every country, even the G7 at some point freezes tariffs. In the event that tariffs do not move, there needs to be what I call a fiscal mechanism of compensation. Now, we can use the word subsidy, but we know full well that doesn't happen. Okay? Now, the minimum remittance is a form of a fiscal mechanism, i.e. it changes the balance of what the discos have to pay, and it puts it onto the government via NBET. But as we know, the government doesn't come in. So once you have got this new change in regulatory design that encourages equity capital to come in, there needs to be some sort of guarantee that in the event that the government doesn't do it, there will be a way out. And that's going to be very hard. So yes, absolutely. Before you get anyone putting their money in, there needs to be a clear statement from the government that the rules have changed.
Okay, that's great. You made some really good points. Let me bring in Yusuf here, because there are some things that the regulator needs to do in order to allow the cash flows to improve in the sector. And also this issue of legacy debt and how you handle it is something that we also have to deal with, because it will help the valuation of the company. So there's the issue of legacy debt. There's the issue of some minimum remittance obligation or guarantee that Evie talked about. And then, the issue of how you get the MDBs
MDAs.
the ministries, MDAs to settle their obligations. And one thing that has happened before in Nigeria, like I mentioned earlier on, was under Obasanjo administration, when the government issued contractor bonds to settle the liabilities to the contractors. And those instruments were discounted by the banks, so there was cash flow into the sector. Why can't we get the government to issue some electricity obligation bonds to clear, at least if you clear the government of the obligations, the MDAs, that will help to some extent to reflate the sector. And so these companies can go out and go and raise some money, because they'll have cash flow. So these kind of issues about how we improve the commercial attractiveness of the sector has regulatory aspects. So what are the thoughts that you have about what's been mentioned to date and how we can reflate the sector and get investments flowing back, even if you have to to raise additional equity. And the other point is about the 40% share that the government owns. Can the government be diluted down, for instance? That's a question we need to address. That's a policy question as well. And if they're not diluted down, when there are cash calls, how can we get governments to be more responsive and actually put money to support those cash calls?
Okay, thanks, Wale. Thanks, Abby. I mean, I think we're all in agreement, right? In the fact that recapitalization requires new equity, and there's no new equity coming to come and chase bad debt. That's like that's a given, right? So when I think about the sector, in some sense, I think about it as a sector that we need to stabilize before we grow. I think one of the challenges that we face historically is that sometimes we are too ambitious for our own good, right? You start hearing numbers like 10,000 megawatts and so on and so forth. But fundamentally today, this is a market that produces 4,000 megawatts on average, but has the cash flows of 2,500, right? So there is no empirical way that can expect that to grow organically, right? So one of the things that we sort of thought about is, so, okay, for some context, the MROs came into effect in 2019, but you may recall that I think in 2016, the commission was taken to court against a tariff review, right? Which meant that between 2015 to 2019, discos were basically getting invoiced 100, right? And as a result of that, you were in a position whereby a disco is only recovering enough revenue, or is only allowed to recover enough revenue to cover, let's say, 40% of the invoice. But on their balance sheets, they have indebtedness of 100% of the entire generation invoice. Currently, we're in the process. I mean, when I was working with the vice president, with Ebi as well, we sort of came up with many mechanisms to see how the balance sheets could actually be unencumbered. Because currently now, even to raise debt for the discos is not a thing. Because now they're on their balance sheets, there are debts that actually do not belong to them, for which they have no pathway to be able to clear. So that's one thing. I think at some point NEMCO was involved. There was a There was a review of the memorandum of articulation, the MEMAT of NEMCO, to allow it to take on post-privatization liabilities. And the idea was that Embed would basically shift those liabilities away from NEMCO, from the discos to NEMCO for settlement, so that their balance sheets actually become more presentable. That is still something I think is still a work in progress. I believe that the Commission currently is considering a regulatory intervention where we'll just direct the removal of the debt. So there's a reconciliation ongoing between Embed, the discos, and the Commission. Once the numbers are actually aligned, we'll issue a regulatory directive removing debts from the books of the discos so that you can remove some of these, the reds that are not supposed to be there. Now, to stop the go forward, right, what we did was that in the January order that we issued, I think the January order went under the radar. The tariff order that we issued in January went under the radar because there was no end user rate review. But there were many fundamental changes in how the tariffs work. The first thing was we actually undertook a reset of the allowed technical collection and commercial losses for the discos. On average, as at the end of 2023, ATC&C was hovering around, let's say, 14–15%, because it was following the trajectory of what people signed up to in their contract to BPE in 2013, right? Now, we did a reset where most discos have been reset to 25%, with the exception of Yola, Jos, Eko, and Ikeja, right? Yola and Jos are on the upper end of that. They are both 25%. Eko and Ikeja are below 25%. So I think now the weighted average ATC&C allowed in the market is very close to 12%, right? And this was something that discos were clamoring for, because they kept arguing that the losses that were allowed as efficient losses previously were not reflective of the realities. So a lot of work has gone into that. Second thing is, we said, instead of doing minor reviews on a 6-monthly basis, which was what was previously done, we now do minor reviews on a monthly basis, which is actually the genesis of the April review. And one of the important things about this is that if you do the reviews on time, even when there's a mismatch between the allowed tariff and the cost-reflective tariff, you are more responsive to that subsidy obligation, and you prevent further accumulation of debts on the book of the discos. Because in 2023, what will happen is that we'll do a review in January. That review will be effective for January to June, okay? If there are any changes in the macroeconomic indices over that time period, there will be no review, So the discos will still be invoiced on the assumption of what should have panned out for those 6 months. And that can actually lead to a big delta. And then you now find ourselves in a situation where when we did the manual review in June, we're then saying, oh, we're retroactively reducing the MRO downwards and so on and so forth. This is a market that is very cash flow based, right? You have debts to a Genco you want to pay in real time. So if you don't pay those debts because there's been a change, all of those things can be very adversarial to your progress as a market. So we transitioned manual reviews from 6 months to monthly. That was the second big thing that happened in the review. The third big thing was I actually gave a directive to MBET that going forward, so what MBET used to do is that MBET basically says my only contracting party on the downstream side is the disco, okay? So when I get an invoice, I would invoice 100% of the Genco bills to the discos, but I'll give them an MRO as the minimum that if they pay, there's no problem, okay? So if, for example, the total Genco invoice was 10 billion naira, even though the MRO is 40%, what MBET would do is that MBET would invoice 10 billion to Abuja Disco, but then tell Abuja that once you pay me 40%, we're good, okay? But the 6 billion balance remains a debt on the books of Abuja until the federal government pays MBET, and then MBET will then issue credit notes to AEDC. Obviously, there's a problem with that because you're basically transferring a government obligation to the books of the discos, right? For which they have no control over. And then you're saying that when government finally pays, we'll clear it. So the third big thing that we did was that we actually gave a directive to MBET that effective from January of this year, their Genco invoices must be handled bi-directional. There must be 2 invoices that they issue out of it. One of it will be the MRO adjusted invoice that is 100% of what discos are supposed to pay, right? And then the balance is what you pay to the balance is what you pay, what you invoice to the government to pay. That way, you ensure that there's no situation whereby you are basically invoicing discos for government obligations. So all of these things have been done in an attempt to, further sanctify the market and ensure that you prevent further accumulation of debt. Now, I would say to you for sure that we need to get to a situation whereby we, we take care of legacy debt on the book of the discos conclusively. Because without that, the balance sheets are impaired. I think Ebi raised a good point on the issue of how do you handle, how do you handle dilution, right? I mean, everyone has been in the news. There's been a bit of, I would say friendly fire between Mofi and BPE with respect to the 40% shareholding, right? And I'm aware that some of the states are also not keeping quiet. So I think there needs to be a clear position. But I think the way the market is being, the way the Commission is approaching the market now is that you need to give the discos a chance to fail. One of the challenges that I have seen, based on my own view, is that the reforms have actually never been given a real chance to succeed. Because at any point in time, there have been government interventions that have sort of like created moral hazard from dropping the hammer on the discos, right? For example, you say, oh, on the issue of pay your bills, between 2015 and 2019, they were getting invoiced wrongly, right? They were never allowed to check cost effective and so on and so forth. So what I think now is that effective from January of this year, the actions that we are taking are actions that are ensuring that there is no contamination of their balance sheets, right? And they are being allowed to recover. I saw a comment in the question that said, if this was allowed to recover all of their, all of their revenue, there should be no basis for them to not capitalize and so on. The reality is there's a difference between allowed recovery and actual recovery. Because once your losses exceed what is in the target, then your allowed recovery, you can't achieve it, right? But I think the way we're approaching the market now is let them give them the chance to recover what they need to recover on the CapEx side, on the OpEx side, and so on, and returns on investment and so on. Once we do all of those things, when you then fail to meet your obligations, either in terms of paying your bills. So if you fail to pay your bills, MBET has been directed that you have to draw down the BGs, right? And a time will come, there's no investor that wants to bring external financing to continue paying for like OpEx of another business. So if you don't fund your BGs, that's a market failure event. That's on one side. Second thing is, even if you don't then make the CapEx investment required, because if we allow you to recover X amount of money towards your CapEx for a year, the expectation is that provides you the basis for you to go and raise financing. If you're unable to meet your CapEx obligations, that's another failure event. But I think for the first time, I would say, right, and I'm curious to, I mean, it'd be good to get other perspectives. I think we're on the path to setting the discourse on the road to basically play as market participants, even with the subsidy and so on. When they fail to meet their obligations, then there are clear regulatory intervention that the Commission can take to sort of like, call them to order on that.
Well, fantastic. I like what you said about, what's being done to make sure that everybody is alive to their responsibilities, because you cannot penalize a disco for an obligation that is the government's, So if they're carrying the government liability on their balance sheet, how can you say to somebody, I'm going to allow you to fail and lose your equity? I mean, so that market, that can't be right. Yes, you can bring down the sledgehammer once we've resolved the government issue, and government they're paying their own obligations on time, et cetera, and they're doing the reviews, like you said, monthly instead of 6 monthly. The whole regulatory environment and government's own responsibilities have to be met before you can then bring down the sledgehammer. So, but here's some of the points that you made, very correct and illuminating. But I think these things have to be sequenced, because you want to build confidence in the sector. Nobody is going to bring money into a sector that is not enabling. So thank you very much for that, Yusuf. What I want to do, though, actually, is also to encourage the panelists. Please review the comments from the participants and just raise your hand if there's anything that you're able to respond to, because I want to make sure this conversation is as inclusive as possible. I'm seeing some very good comments on the chat, and people are mentioning examples from Hong Kong, Malaysia, and places like that. And so if you're able to respond to our panelists, both Eddie and Yusuf and Ms. Olani, please do so. So Yusuf, I'm seeing your hand. Is there
so there's a comment on MBET. I just thought to clarify as well, right? Just a comment on MBET. So I think so MBET is a bulk trader, right? And I think since beginning of last year, the Commission has licensed a further 5 bulk traders. So MBET is not the only bulk trader in the market. Okay. Now, the only difference is that MBET is the only government-backed bulk trader, right? And currently, MBET holds all the wholesale contracts in the market, right? Obviously, by way of context, the reason why MBET was created was that there was an admittance that going into the privatization, the newly formed discos would not have the creditworthiness to enter into long-term PPAs, right? So the government thought it necessary to create a company that will be capitalized by the government, right? That would then have the financial muscle to be able to enter the contract. MBET had a license for 10 years starting from 2011. That license expired in November of 2021. Upon further review by the Commission, and I think the director from the ministry mentioned, there were some concerns around the maturity of the market. So MBET's license was further extended by 2 years, right? Sorry, 3 years. So MBET's license currently is on track to expire November of 2024. And in fact, we had a session 2 weeks ago. So the Commission had commenced the process to solicit stakeholder input on what the future of MBET should be, right? I think the EA and the Constitutional Amendment, right? Those are sufficient changes in the circumstance of the market that then sort of like made us think, let's engage with people to see how the future of MBET should be considered. I think effectively there are three options. One option is what you can call the nuclear option. MBET should go away, all the contracts are novated to the discos, and they take it from there. I think there are some concerns with that approach because some of the creditworthiness concerns that are started in 2013 have not yet been resolved. Another approach is keep MBET as is and let that proceed. There have been arguments that have been made correctly in some cases around the fact that MBET's place in the market has not necessarily incentivized good behavior. Because MBET is a party, because it's government, because it's sovereign, Gencos do not mind being owed by MBET, right? And then discos love to owe MBET, right? So there's that sort of like, there's that issue. And you have a case in the market now where there are certain shareholder groups that have interest in generation and distribution, right? But they would invoice MBET and expect to be paid wholly when their distribution business is underpaying MBET, right? So that's sort of like that argument that MBET is not fit for purpose and so on and so forth. What I think is that there's a middle place whereby certain contracts, due to their peculiarities, right? MBET will continue to hold them. And then other contracts and stakeholders that are not happy with the MBET framework can then be allowed to sort of like go into the bilateral market and see how it goes, right? I think the bilateral market would not, it's not going to be pain-free in the first instance, but there's the argument that can be made as well that sometimes, to get a good outcome, there needs to be some sort of like, suffering and panelability that needs to happen in the early stages. So just to answer that, I think the there are other bulk traders that are in the market. I think they are not yet in a position to, trade bilaterally. And one of the things that actually stopping bilateral trade is this issue that Ebi mentioned around the creditworthiness of the entire value chain, right? Because no bilateral trader will want to hear that, oh, I'm going to get my money from government, a subsidy at some point in the future. There needs to be very clear mechanisms that ensure that there's full recovery for the private sector bilateral, for the private sector bulk traders to feel comfortable to play in the market.
Yeah. No, thank you for making that point. I didn't actually realize that we now have 5 bulk traders in the market licensed. That point has not really been publicized that much. I know that Connexa got a trading license, but then as a financial institutions, we also have to see how we could recapitalize or capitalize some of these bulk traders, so they're able to trade as credible counterparties. I can see Adedayo has raised a hand from the ministry, so please intervene.
Hi, Wale. Thank you very much. I think my comment is also just around NBET. I think Yusuf has made some comments. I think we also have a very clear perspective from the Ministry of Power around NBET, around where the market is, around the instability that we see in the market, around the lack of capitalization that we see in the market, and potentially not having an NBET is probably potentially destabilizing the market more in the short to medium term. So there are lots of discussions that could be had.
I've been informed. If you guys get him, go and do.
Yusuf, please put on your mute. Go on mute.
So there's still a lot of conversations that must be had around embed license, how it's going to be extended, what we think their position is going to be over the next couple of years. Because if you innovate a lot of these contracts directly to the distribution companies that are not well capitalized, how do you actually ensure the continued stability in the value chain? So there's still a lot of discussions to have around that, and we have our position, which is not what I want to directly share, but definitely we believe that there is still a short to medium term role that has to be played by MBET, where we still have significant subsidies that government still has to pay over the next couple of years until we gradually wean ourselves off subsidy payments and we have targeted subsidies. So I think these are just points that it's important that we're out there so that we don't have the wrong message, just a one-sided perspective on the role of the future.
No, thank you for that interjection. Yeah, I think it's not going to be, an overnight transition away from MBET. It has to be gradual, because there was a reason why MBET was created, and there's still a gap there that we have to fill before MBET can sunset or transition into a trader. And without the government backing, just reduce that government backing and build up some expertise to be able to trade, but you have to have the infrastructure in place to allow that to happen. I'm seeing Joy, you've raised the hand.
Yes, please. Good morning, everybody, again. In order to balance the discussion on this critical segment, I think we should we should call on Prince Will Okorie on the demand side. I recall the last consultation platform, the consumers complained that they were not carried along. So Prince Will Okorie should be called to just give his own view on what consumers feel about the NESI sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And sorry, remind me, what's Prince Will's title again?
He is, I think he can introduce himself. I think he represents consumer on policy or something like these consumer groups. Like I can't really recall all their names, but he can introduce himself. He's on the platform. Thank you.
Okay, so we will call on Prince Will when we get to that topic. But Evie, did you want to come in briefly on some of the comments by the participants, or generally? Yeah.
Yeah, just generally. I mean, I think we're at a transition point that is a potential opportunity. I always think that, I've sort of discussed with a few people what I call privatization 2.0, that we do have to do some sort of reprivatization. Like I said, cleaning of the balance sheet, changing of the regulatory enabling environment, raising of capital. That has to be done. The problem that we have, I think, is that on a national level, let's just call it the 12 million customer levels, this is not going to happen. And we have two sort of breakups taking place right now. We have a regulatory breakup, which is, say, some states have the option to break out. And then we can have what I call technical breakouts, where you can do like the band A and you can subdivide certain customers. Now, they have to be coordinated in some way. Because, both of these sorts of changes are, investors are going to stay back, or new money is going to stay back until there's some clarity as to how this is going on. And realistically, I do think this sort of band-aid approach is correct, even though I have complete issues with the numbers, because 4,000 megawatts, if you divide it by any customer numbers, do not make sense. And let's be dead honest. So there's going to be some sort of disappointment. Okay, but there needs to be a coordinated sequencing of whatever we are talking here. And the real uncertainty is how the states come in. So I could probably say that from this point here, to do anything above a state level or above a franchise level, it's, there's going to be no way you're going to be able to raise capital for it, new capital for it. So there needs to be this sort of coordination as to how we go into what I call privatization 2.0, where new capital is raised at some level of the network to ensure that that part of the network works. But at the same time, keeping honesty on the numbers, because when people are talking about how much energy there is to share, if you make any reasonable assumption, if you even take 4,000 megawatts and you divide it by 1.8 million customers, just do the numbers. Please tell me if you honestly believe they're going to get 24 hours of power. It's impossible. So those numbers don't work. And then everyone says, oh, more power is going to come in. More power is not going to come in straight away. It isn't. 4,000 megawatts is, we've never invoiced 4,000 megawatts of wholesale energy. Okay? We've never done it in 10 years. So if you now expect 1.8 million customers to get it, they've all got very small loads. And those loads are not realistic. So when we do these changes, they have to be really data backed. And right now it's clear they're not data backed. They're just headlines. And the lack of data back in these headlines will create disappointment and will create failure.
Okay, great. Well, great point, Eddie. Point around data, data-backed numbers, trying to spread 4,000 megawatts, etc. I mean, we know Nigeria is the largest distributed energy market in the world anyway, but it's just diesel generators. But on data, I can see Raila is now back and able to join us. Raila, you've been listening to the conversation, and we've talked about a number of different things. And there are also comments from the chat box. So I will give you a free hand to just talk about anything you've heard and contribute accordingly. So Raila,
thanks so much.
Over to you.
Thanks so much, Wale, for the opportunity and being invited here. And I must apologize. Today is a bad network day. I think I've dropped off this call like 6 or 7 times, and sometimes I could barely hear. But some points I got from, Yusuf talking around subsidies, and Ibiperi talked about recapitalization. And obviously, one of the big issues we have today, or the talk around media, is this tariff hike. I think from my point of view, when we talk about the tariff hike and the way it's applied and the subsidies and all that, I think subsidy application really, which today is on the production side, it's a good thing. However, when you see people up in arms about the tariff hike recently, it's not really about the tariff, it's about the quality of supply and reliability. So the point here is that if customers can be guaranteed that supply, they're happy to pay. I mean, in the recent project I was in here somewhere in Abuja, where you have a commercial hub, they buy 25 liters a day to run their operations, 25 liters, which is about 40,000 naira a day, and that leads to about 200,000 naira a week. And in a month, they could spend over 1 million naira. So when you look at the tariff at 225, it's nothing. It's just that they need it to be reliable. So coming down to the subsidy, I mean, how it's been applied, I think I heard Yusuf talk about it, but I feel that today we have the Electricity Act that speaks to your ability to ring fence different areas in your franchise and actually apply cost reflectivity. I think that all discos need to sit back and work out a plan as to how they determine how every customer will, how they will meet the demand of every customer. And it will not be a uniform plate. So now we have an act that requires that there'll be unbundling. So a disco will unbundle into its respective states. I think that is a good thing, because I think I heard it say something about the fact that if you leave it in this size, it will be hard to attract capital. And I feel the same way too. So if you break it down to states, and then in that particular state, you are able to kind of put together the required data to determine how you ring fence different areas to supply them power. Some areas you need to perhaps unbundle your business. So when we talk about unbundling your business, it's talking about you giving open access to saying that suppliers come and use my network to provide power. In some areas, you can make a determination as a disco in a state to say that this area is open. And there are 3 things you look at in determining that. First of all, you look at the level of metering. What's the level of metering in those areas? What is the demand level? And what's the losses level? I think when you look at these 3, and of course, looking at stranded energy that goes into the network, where is that? Because sometimes we are quick to talk about energy augmentation, but you perhaps best to look at what energy exists that can flow into your network, and little investment is required, or certain amount of investment is required to unlock it before bringing on maybe renewable energy, which has benefits, obviously, because you probably can access climate finance, you can look into carbon credits and all that. So I think, just to wrap up and not take more time, because I don't know how much time there is, there needs to be focus on bundling, breaking down the disco to smaller bits. And I feel that NERC, obviously, I think they're looking at, I mean, Yusuf is on the call, they're looking at asking the distribution companies to actually unbundle, irrespective of whether a state has made the request to have its state disco. When they unbundle at the state level, then you begin to engage the state in how the state can contribute and work with you effectively to provide power to the state. Now, obviously, that will speak into how much the state would like to contribute as a shareholder. I mean, there's instance of Kano, for example. The state in Kano has provided some equity to Kano Disco. So that has to be at that granular level. The issues around energy theft. What can the state do? That sometimes it's not that we keep talking about the state don't have money, but there's a lot they can do to make the environment much more conducive for investment to come. Clarity as to, for example, when there's a state level participation, how will subsidies be applied? Can they afford the subsidy? If they cannot afford the subsidy, how do they want to apply that? And then you talk about the obligations that at the federal level that already exist. How would that be paid for? So that transition also is a big thing. So anyway,
have we lost Raila?
You've lost me.
It looks like we may have.
Okay. Hello.
We can hear Rahila.
We can hear Rahila, and we can hear you too, Wale.
Oh, really?
okay.
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
Sorry. Rahila,
Okay.
please continue.
All right, sorry. So I was saying that that I think that what needs to happen once the states are broken down, every disco in every state need to effectively engage their respective states in how they can help them, transform their financial position. And again, provide a level whereby you have investors coming in, power developers coming in, and ensuring, obviously, while that is being done, that you are not also undermining the existing structure or the operations of the market today. So, for example, when you have a state distribution company, and the state is going on around licensing IDNs, how does that affect the state disco in its operations? When you come into a state where the state decides to, give license, in a free flow way for every distributor that comes in. So I think discos need to be more structured, more strategic, working with the state at that state level, because that's the best way to do it. And it has to come down to feeder level. Like now you're banding, there's band A, where they've increased the tariffs. There's band C, D, E, and E. So at that level, how can you now ring fence different customers? Perhaps for some of them, all they need is getting a third party to come and be aggressive on collecting, on collection. Some areas you may just need to augment it and just give out your network to be used. In some areas, you want to put, an investor that has money to invest in unlocking the power, the transmission and distribution bottlenecks in the network. How much does that cost? And again, this obviously ties to what Ebipere was saying earlier, that when you break it down in that way, you need to there needs to be a determination of how much equity needs to be injected at that granular level to make this business financially viable. So I think wrapping up my contribution is saying that I think today the Act has already provided for this franchising. Before, we didn't have it in extra. The Act has brought that in to kind of give a legal backing to it. It also provides for a disco to be able to charge premium tariff when you are able to provide the service that matches that. The Act does that already. So even you don't even have to wait for NER to carry out all this. The monthly reviews they are doing or type, you don't have to wait for that. As a disco, if you structure your network properly, you ring fence areas in a way you can meet them at different levels. You can charge that. It might not be 24 hours, and I agree with with what everybody say that. Is there a 24 hours supply? Is that feasible? But I think that in Nigeria today, what they want is reliability. If you're giving me 10 hours, please give it to me every day. If you're giving me 15 hours, let me have it every day. Today I have 15 hours, tomorrow 4 hours, 2 hours. It's not, it's not conducive, not just for business, for even the residentials. How can they plan? How can they reduce their expenses on a monthly basis, given that today the economic condition is so harsh? So I think for me that's it. And then the subsidy issues. There's a legacy subsidy. There's tariff shortfalls. We're looking at trillions. Government can't cash back it. What could be a way of addressing this? I've been thinking about it myself, that perhaps a way to look at it is you take that tariff shortfall, the legacy, and put it in tariffs in future. So you over recover in the future when the energy levels have moved from 4,500 so maybe to 10,000 or 11,000, and because as the generation level grows, the unit cost drops. So if you bundle all that legacy tariff shortfall that government is struggling to back, you put it into the future, you can create a financial instrument that the generation arm can use to access finance. So that sort of arrangement needs to be done, because if we keep waiting for government to cash back this tariff shortfall, I think it's a failure. It's that we're just going to come back to the same conversation. So there must be a way of financing this legacy debt without having without recourse to government in one way or the other. And for me, the way to do this is to be able to put it in the future and work on building or increasing generation capacity in such a way that in future you can plow it back. We expect that the generation will have increased, the inefficiencies will have reduced, there'll be more metering, and then people might not even feel it, because then you hold stagnant the tariffs at that level, to recover what you put there in future, and the gencos can go away with the financial instrument to finance their operations. So I think that wraps it.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Raila, you've made a lot of very good points. I can't even recap everything, but you talked about, cost-effective tariffs, quality of service, and also more use of franchising, bringing the states in, seeing how we can recover stranded losses, unbundling, more unbundling, because it sounds like the Discord distribution zones are too big for them to handle. So try a way of cutting it down. What role is the state going to have in reducing energy theft? And then, this idea of how we're going to recover legacy debts, trillions of naira. Can we more or less try and recover it in the future once we have more generation and cost per unit has reduced? So jam tomorrow and all of that. So we're going to unpack all of these issues in the recommendations. But there are two issues I want to touch on before we end. We're running out of time. One is the issue of gas, and then the other is the issue of consumer. So I have not forgotten about Mr. Princewell, but I think Victor may want to remind me of something. Victor, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Wally. You've touched on some of the things I wanted to remind you, but as we round up the session, we have barely about 15 minutes. And as we look to touch on gas and consumers, it will be helpful. We've heard very interesting contribution from the panelists. It will be helpful if we can get the panelists as well to give us some, actionable recommendations on where to start. How do we start on unbundling markets? What's the plan? How do we start on franchising, on what the law already provides or what the act already provides? One or two quick comments on, a good starting point that we could put forward. Low-hanging fruits, where to quickly start will be helpful. Thank you, Vlad.
Okay, thank you so much. So let me quickly go on this issue of gas, because I know that, we have Mr. Ayuba on the line, and we know the issues. That's contributing to the mismatch we have in the sector, gas pricing in dollars, revenues in naira, and the fact that the gencos are owing for gas. And whenever they're owing, the gas guys want to sell more gas to other sectors rather than the power sector. So, Stephen, do you have authorization to intervene right now or not? So very quickly. Okay, maybe not.
Mr. Wale,
and yes.
Mr. Wale, sir, sorry, sir. Professor Stephen Ogaji of NDPAC is the head of gas for NDPAC. He can speak on the gas, please.
Okay.
He's pretty much, yes, sir. So
Okay.
if he's permitted, he can just speak on it. Thank you.
Okay, so Prof. Stephen, my good friend, please intervene on gas. How do we resolve the issue of gas? Very quickly, literally.
Okay, thank you very much, Wale,
3
and
minutes.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all for the wonderful discussions. I've really enjoyed it. And I think if we package it together with implementable actions, we should be able to get out of the woods. Now, with respect to gas, which is my bread and butter, I know I've had these discussions with the regulator for gas, NMDPRA, and I've also had this discussion with our regulator, NEC. Yusuf was there in the meetings. Now, the strategy we are adopting for gas, I don't see how it will take us out of the woods. Gas, yes, there could be increase in cost for gas, but that is not a silver bullet, and that will not take us out of the woods. There are others who buy gas at much lower prices, and yet they have consistent supply of gas. And what is the difference? Contracts. We can double the cost of gas today from 245 that had just been approved by NMDPRA. We can triple it. We will still not get gas in the power sector if we do not have long-term contracts. The gas we currently have that we share among the gencos that need gas is a gas that is shared on best endeavor. So you wake up in the morning and you start making calls to gas suppliers. Do you have a little gas for me? Do you have a little? You say, okay, I have 20 million scope. I have this. And then that is what you now use to generate. The next day, you don't know what is expected. You don't know what is coming. So using the price of gas as a solution will not take us out. The power sector needs to engage in firm contracts. We must go into firm contracts. We must be able to sit with a gas supplier and say, I need 50 million scope of gas, I need 100 million scope of gas for the next 10 years. And I'm ready to put a guarantee on the table. Of course, if I'm going to put a guarantee on the table, somebody needs to catch back me. Somebody needs to have a PPA with me. Whoever is going to take the power, whether it's going to be a disco or an eligible customer or a bilateral customer, somebody needs to backstop it. Until we get into the contracting phase, we will not get out of the woods in gas. At NDPAC, where I work currently, we have about 12 machines that are ready to come to the grid. There is no gas. They could have put in a lot of megawatts on the grid today. There is no gas. We only have about 4 units today, as I to speak to you today, that are generating when there are machines sitting on the ground. Is it because we don't have the capacity? We have the capacity, but we do not have the gas. Now, the only place where we have a contract for gas is at Calabar, and Calabar has been consistently on the grid, putting the machines on the grid. But in the whole Western Axis, there is no contract for gas. And that is a major issue. We need to move. NEC is here, and I'm sure they will look at it. We need to get into the contracting phase. We need to be able to say, NDPAC, can I sign 100 million scope of gas for 4 turbines? Or can I do 150 for 6 turbines? And can I get a counterparty who is guaranteeing me to take this power and giving me the necessary deposit, which I post to the gas supplier? Every gas supplier needs money to be able to develop the field. It does not want to hear promises. So if you give him a guarantee for the next 5-10 years, he's able to use that to secure the necessary funding to develop the field. They will not develop gas-based field for you without a firm contract. And well, if we can get into firm contract, I'm telling you, we will get enough power in the grid, and we can move beyond the 5,000-6,000 megawatt to higher capacities. But contracts will drive production of gas, will drive the increase of power. Let me stop there, Wale, because of the time. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Professor Ogaji. This is a very interesting point that actually, it's not raised often enough. So how did Calabar get the contract, the long-term contract for its gas? Is it because the state government is somehow involved, or how?
Actually, Calabar is a very unique situation. It got a contract because when Calabar was being constructed, there was no gas source to be supplied at all. At a point, we were looking up Mobile giving us gas from offshore. A lot of those things fell through. And so the only person that came up and said they could give us gas was Kugas or Seven Energy, as it is today. And so contracts were discussed and they provided the gas. Of course, that is a huge problem in the country. Why did you have to sign a firm gas contract? Because people don't understand that. It's still causing a hue and cry around the country. Why do you have to get into firm contract? So it's like we believe that we can operate this sector without contracts. And I think we make a big mistake by that kind of mentality. So Calabar has done it. As Azura has firm contract with Seplat, and they have gas to run. But all the other plants, well, maybe it has a bit of about 140 million scope, but they need more. But can they get in there without any support or without any off-taker? It's going to be difficult. If we can get that commercial environment sorted out, there will be more gas to run the sector. Thank you.
Excellent point. Let me bring Mr. Princeville Okore in. Sorry it's taken us a bit long to get you involved on the consumer side for 2 minutes because we're running out of time. So let me just bring you in, Mr. Princeville. Are you online? Yes, go ahead, please, very quickly. There are too many issues to discuss on the power sector. Please take yourself off mute and go ahead.
I wonder why you will give consumer just 2 minutes. And this matter has been discussed and discussed. How can this 1 or 2 minutes be enough to look at this issue from the demand side? Let me tell you, in the first place, the NEC has said they want to clean up the balance sheet of discos. In 2013, the same thing was done. And then now, the debt has built up again. And then they'll clean it up again. As we go into this thing, please let us bear in mind that over 200 million Nigerians is their destiny we are talking about. We hear electricity theft. We don't hear about disco theft. There is theft carried out by discos against consumers in this country. The recapitalization you're talking about, when you talk about money invested in the sector, I've not heard anybody talk about consumer investment in the sector. OPEX is approved for discos. CAPEX is approved for discos. Yet these consumers buy transformer, buy pole, buy wire, pay for them to be energized. It's not recorded anywhere. If we want to look at the liquidity of the sector, or capitalization or recapitalization, can't we get to the states and do a survey of investment of consumers in the sector, investment of the discos, and investment of the government? Now you're talking about states coming into the sector. The states that have not been able to pay, state, local government, and federal has not been able to pay their 40% share. Is it when you give it to them that they will start funding it? Now, what is even the enumeration capacity? How many consumers are discos serving in this country? How many metered consumers do they really keep their invoice as to the revenue they generate from them? Millions of consumers in this country are not metered. They are billed on estimation. And the level of estimation on which they are billed is outside the regulation of NEC. We are intervening for many of them. And you see where disco will give a community 200,000 a month, 1 million naira, community will be running around. Even when the former kind of estimated billing methodology where you need to read the transformer rating before you give the bills, nothing was done. So what I want to say, there is loss of consumer confidence in this sector. When you're talking of investors, this sector, is it serving Nigerians or is serving foreign interest? Is power sector supposed to be serving foreign interest or Nigeria's interest? If it is Nigeria's interest, going forward in terms of policy, the Electricity Act that we are looking at, Section 119, is on consumer protection and licensing performance standards. Nobody talks about that. Section 34(2)(c) said that NEC should establish consumer protection rights in all the disco areas. Ask if anyone is established. Then why is it that NEC will be willing to increase tariff? Even this last increase, where they're talking of Band A, they violated Section 116 of the Act because there is no consultation and they just increased it. Remember that the last increase that was made was based, they said service-based tariff. It was based on service-based tariff that they brought the band and no enlightenment anywhere. Nobody
Mr.
knows anything.
Please round up because we're running out of time. Please, apologies. So sorry. We still have another opportunity at the plenary. Okay.
My brother, I've heard you. I've listened here. You've called into NEC 2-3 times. You've called in the other man 2-3 times. What I am saying as I round off is, please give every one of us maximum attention and opportunity in this sector, because the privatization was predicated on the willingness of the consumers to pay. And then when the consumers, corruption and the consumers are being exploited, I have read the documents that we have brought out. No mention at all of consumer investment. No mention of at all of discos stealing of the funds of consumers.
Thank you, Mr. Principal. I'm so sorry to have to stop you here, but we can engage further, please. This is just a taster of the discussion we want to have. I saw Adedayo wanted to come in. Yes, please, from the ministry, and then we'll round up. Yes. Adedayo, please go ahead. Okay, he doesn't seem to be around. Okay, so we can't do just, okay, is Adedayo here? Okay, no. So we're going to round up because literally we have 1 minute to end the session. There's another session starting very shortly. But I would like to thank all the participants and all our panelists for, their amazing contribution. It's always been my view that one of the benefits of privatization is the fact that it's opened up the sector. So we have many experts in Nigeria now. It's really opened up the sector. There's a lot of understanding around what needs to be done, but it's all about implementation. So in terms of what we've heard that will go into policy recommendations, I think, this issue of unbundling is coming out very strongly, and there are already moves in that direction. The issue of getting more players in the sector, also the franchising model going down to state level, the issue around having, embed not being the only bulk trader. So there are other bulk traders in the sector, the issue around the market design, the issue around the sale of gas and long-term contracts. So we have to try and find a solution to address that market failure, the issue around how we deal with legacy debts in the sector, whether or not we kind of find a formula that allows it to be recovered in the future, or whether we find a financial solution that allows governments to pay down what they're owing, the issue of the lifeline customers and where we're going to put a cap on the amount of subsidy so that people who can afford to pay are not the people, who are benefiting the most from the subsidy. So the issue about critical infrastructure and how we invest in the sector. And, are we only subsidizing production? How do we shift the subsidy and make it smarter? The issue about more equity in the sector and recapitalization and improving cash flows for the sector. And also things around the regulatory actions, monthly versus 6-monthly orders. And the issue about allowing discos to fail, if they don't meet their obligations, and the issue around affordability, not to forget the issue around consumers, which we've heard so eloquently from Mr. Principal. So many, many issues. I think the rapporteurs are going to have to take all of these issues. Let's boil them down into these policy recommendations. We're not short of actions that we need to take. So on that note, I would like to thank everybody for your active participation. And really, it's been a wonderful discussion. We couldn't have asked for more. So thank you so much. Let me hand over back to Victor to bring the session to an end. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Wale. Thanks to the participants as well as the panelists. Thanks for your contribution. Very helpful. As you follow on with the events and the proceedings afterwards, you will certainly get to hear on how things pan out from this event. Just to let you know that there are a series of sessions. Mr. Prince you have another session where you are panelists, and so you will have an opportunity to speak even more, and that will be focused on the issues you were trying to raise. For the rest of the participants, I'll just quickly share my screen so you see that over the course of 3 days, we have 6 sessions. The next session, the next session, not today, so just put your eye on D. 15. So Monday 15, we've just done session A. The next session is at 2 p.m. this afternoon, which is session B, and it's focused on universal access, capitalization at that level as well, raising capital for universal access and reliability of supply to consumers. And that will be at 2 p.m. like I've said. So thank you for your time. Please do well to also join the next session and make out time to let your voice be heard over the course of 3 days as we try to put together policy recommendations to shape the sector for the period ahead. Thanks, and bye for now.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Just okay. Okay. So if you unmute, yeah.
I see Uket Obonga.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, but you are using two devices?
Well, I'm using how do you call it, my phone to connect to my laptop, but I can use either of them.
If you can just leave a session from one device, it will be fine. Or you may need to reduce your volume definitely on one device.
Okay.
Because you are hearing some echo and it's not good.
Okay. I'll do that. I'll reduce the volume.
Okay.
Which one? I want to use just disconnect. If you disconnect, this is the one I know more. Mute, yes. On mute. Yeah, please, your laptop. What is this left?
Mute yourself because we are online, so thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, this is Phuket. What were you saying?
I can hear you. I think the session we don't start for now, so if you can mute yourself, it will be fine.
It's okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rice and beans. Oh, very nice.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second technical online session, session B, for the Africa Energy Marketplace 2024, focused on Nigeria. So this session titled, towards Nigeria's sustainable energy future, policy, regulation, and investment, discussions towards the National Integrated Electricity Policy and Strategic Implementation Plan. We're having a series of 6 sessions over 3 days, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. This is the afternoon session for day 1, and it's focused on universal energy access, the just energy transition, and reliability of supply to electricity consumers. Now, this session, as well as the rest of the 5 sessions that make up the 6 sessions, we hope will draw policy recommendations that would will feed into the main event in May 7th and 8th, where the ministers, governors, the vice president will open the event, and we'll have essentially executive panel discussions to crystallize the recommendations that are coming out of these discussions we're going to have over the 3 days. So I encourage you to please participate. It's Chatham rules. Make your voices heard, drop your recommendations in the question and answer sessions, engage, follow the discussions of the panelists. And you can also provide responses in the Q&A session. And let's have a robust discussion that will help us develop, the right policy recommendations that will go into the electricity policy and strategic implementation plan to be discussed in May. Solomon, perhaps IT wants to take the room on the things that are expected, but I'll encourage participants to use the Q&A session to engage, drop your comments there. And like I said earlier, try to follow the discussions of the panelists led by a chair and a moderator. IT, please, if there's anything, house rules you want us to take note of.
Yes, Tanya?
Yes, sorry?
Yes, any housekeeping rules in terms of the webinar for participants to take note?
No, nothing especially. We have a Q&A box enabled for them, and they just need to send their question and comments through the Q&A. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thanks very much, Tanya. Now over to you, Ash Sharma, who's going to be the chair of this session.
Thank you very much, Victor, and welcome to all of you to this edition of AEMP, and a very good afternoon. My name is Arsh Sharma. I'm a senior energy specialist with the World Bank. I'm based in Abuja, and I'll be chairing this session. Maybe if the IT can put the presentation up on the screen, I can then sort of get started with the proceedings. If you can go to the 2 slides from this. Yeah, the next one, please. So as I said, I'm the chair of the session. I just introduced myself. Maybe let me just pass it on to Mr. Franklin Bede to introduce himself, who will be the technical moderator for this session.
Thank you, Ash. My name is Franklin Bede. I'm the manager of Renewable Energy Division of AFDB. I'm based in Abidjan, and I'm in charge of the Desert to Power initiative in 11 African countries, and Nigeria is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. And as you can see on the rest of the slide, there are quite a few panelists and participants. A lot of them are a cross-section of the different subsectors within the energy sector in Nigeria, which is very relevant. Maybe let's go on to the next slide. As Victor mentioned, this is the second session on the first day. for the 6 online sessions that will happen. That will be followed up with an in-person sessions in early May. Maybe next slide. So before I go on to the session objectives, let me just take 5 minutes to sort of lay the context for this session, but also the context for energy access, the topic that we are discussing today. As many of you would be aware, Nigeria has the most significant energy access deficit.
How are you? Have you joined? I'm okay. I was going to ask for...
Maybe if people who are not speaking could please mute your mics. Or IT, please help me while the session is on, that if there's anybody, you could just mute their mic while the session is on.
I already haven't heard, yes.
Thank you. So as many of you would know already, that Nigeria has the most significant energy access deficit in the absolute terms for any country in the world, which means around 60% of Nigeria's population had access to electricity, which leaves over, different estimates put it between 80 to 90 million people without access. This access deficit is the disparities in this exist geographically, with over 89% in urban areas and just 26% of people in rural areas have access to electricity. Now, access is not binary, which means Nigerians that are connected to the grid also face frequent outages and do not receive adequate or reliable supply. Different estimates put it around 4 to 6 hours of reliable supply per day, which means that a lot of the Nigerians are reliant on small petrol and large diesel run generators that cost at least 4 times the cost of electricity from the grid. Now, economic losses from such unreliable electricity can range in the range of 7 to 10 trillion naira, which is an estimated 5 to 7% of Nigeria's GDP. Nigeria is largely private, and also the unbundled power sector on the distribution side has failed to deliver on the grid-based access, which means Nigeria's ambition to reach universal access by 2030 needs a lot of work on the policy, financing, institutional side to meet this target. Now, with multiple technologies to reach universal electrification, the federal government of Nigeria needs to adopt at least a least cost electrification program to provide the policy direction for financing and implementing such electrification efforts. Reliable and affordable grid power is a logical end state to reach universal access. But with the inability of many of the discos to extend the grid, distributed renewable energy offers an immediate pathway for electrification of a significant population within Nigeria. A lot of this can also be done by the private sector, but it requires targeted public funding, and it requires affordable, financially viable utilities and companies to operate. Beyond just the distributed renewable energy, long-term public financing is critical to achieving universal electrification. Now, with that in mind, as Victor also outlined, the role of the session is to provide actionable policy direction, policy directives from experienced professionals such as yourself in how to achieve universal access. And that's why we have effective planning, both on the side of the federal government as well as now at the size of the state governments, estimating the envelope of funding, whether it comes from public sources or private sources or development partners. Again, as I mentioned, access is not a binary target. Even if you have access, you may not have reliable access. So how do you get affordable, reliable access, especially through introduction of technologies such as productive uses of electricity? And finally, a lot of your inputs today will shape how the policy dialogue in this space gets enhanced going forward. With that, let me pass it on to Franklin again to sort of outline some of the key technical aspects of the session.
Thank you, Ash. Next slide, please. Slide 6, I think. Yes. Okay, so in this session, I think the main objective is to provide solutions to achieve universal access, taking into account the relationship between planning, financing, and service reliability. It's important that we keep in mind that we cannot only focus on planning or on financing or on reliability. All of them function at the same time and should function seamlessly. So in our discussion, we need to find a way to make sure that the solution we are proposing to achieve universal access take into account these three aspects. So the key points to be discussed here are the following. I think the first one is about planning. But in planning, one of the important elements is the data for project structuring. So if the data is not consistent, project structuring and implementation can be a challenge. So how do we ensure that we have good data at the planning level and also at project preparation and execution level? We also need to focus on the demand side measures. It's important to understand that demand is key in this kind of project, because if there is no demand, I think the financial model of the project can suffer. So one of the ideas we have here is the productive use of electricity. So what are the approach we need to put in place so that we integrate the productive use of electricity into the access agenda? That's also one of the key elements of the discussions. Reliability and service efficiency. I think Ash mentioned here that area that some of the consumers in Nigeria have access to electricity, but it is not reliable. So how do we ensure this reliability and also make sure that the service is sufficient for the consumers? And lastly, we believe that universal access can be achieved by renewable energy. And we also need to keep in mind in our discussion that renewable energy is a key element which can help to achieve universal access. So finally, it's important to notice that access is, a key, let's say, driver of the economic development of Nigeria. And as of now, 40% of the population don't have access to electricity, and this is an obstacle to Nigeria economic development. So we also need to have in mind that challenge and make sure that we propose the solution which are adequate to achieve universal access. Over to you, Ash.
Thank you very much.
I can continue with the questions if you allow me.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So the main questions for discussions are the following. The first question is about equitable access to electricity. So the question is the following: how can equitable access to electricity for all citizens, especially those in rural and underserved areas, be ensured with cost recovery concern of rural-based projects? Cost recovery is the main challenge in rural areas. So this question needs to be addressed, and I think our panelists will be able to give us some ideas about how we can achieve this cost recovery in rural areas. There is a question also about subsidies. Subsidies is a key element to make sure that the system is financially viable. So the second question is about that. We have a third question about how to engage with development partners and also diversify financing options to achieve universal access. The fourth one is about the framework. We can have like renewable energy feed-in tariff, net metering, or green energy purchase obligation as part of the framework to boost the renewable energy usage. So what do we have in place in Nigeria? How can we improve it? Is part of that question. We also have a question about policy and incentives to encourage energy efficiency and productive use of electricity, especially in agriculture and rural industrialization. We have a question about consistent data collection at national level, let's say federal level and local level, because these data are key for planning. So how do we ensure that it is consistent? There is also a question about how to attract private sector and local institutions. I think in this question we will address the issue of risk links to access projects. And lastly, we have a question about the action to be taken to promote the development of renewable energy technologies such as runoff river, micro and mini hydro power generation for renewable energy supply. So these are the 8 questions. I don't think we will go through all of them, but I'll leave it to the chair to manage it, and I hope that we will address most of them. So over to you, Ash.
Thank you very much, Franklin. And maybe with that, let me introduce our panelists for the discussion today. I don't know if IT has a specific slide on that, but the panelists that I see are Mr. Imanuddin Talba. He's the member and the governing council for the Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Association Alliance. We have Engineer Dr. Musa Mohammed. He's the Deputy Managing Director of the Kaduna Power Supply Company. We have Mr. Ruket Obonga. He's the National Secretary for NECAN, which is the Network for Electricity Consumers Advocacy of Nigeria. And we have Ms. Ifoma Malo, who is the CEO for Clean Tech Hub. A very warm welcome to all the panelists. And maybe a quick sound check to see if all of you are here online and we can all hear you.
So I should probably maybe call them one after the other to check.
Sure. Mr. Imanuddin Talba, are you here? Can you hear me?
Hello. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm very much around.
Thank you, Mr. Talba. Mr. Dr. Musa Mohammed, can you hear me and are you here?
Good afternoon, sir. I can hear you.
Thank you. Mr. Obonga?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And Ms. Malo?
Yes, here as well. Thank you.
Great. So thank you again for Franklin to sort of outlining the kind of questions we would be discussing. So maybe the first question, and let me sort of lay out the question. In a country like Nigeria that has such a large energy access deficit, other than just providing access to more people, what's also important is to provide an equitable access. We cannot have a country in which there are geopolitical zones that have very low access compared to other zones that have very high access. Now, the attractiveness of connecting different geopolitical zones may have different applications because it may cost more, it may be more difficult to attract private financing versus the capacity of some of the institutions. So how do we get an equitable access to electricity for all citizens, especially the ones that live in rural and underserved areas? So I'm going to target this question into 2 parts. The first one on the distribution side. So I'll invite Dr. Musa Mohammed to give his perspective from a distribution perspective. And then I'll ask Mr. Obonga to also come in from a citizen or a more consumer-centric point of view. So over to you, Dr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to start by, though you have already directed me to answer the question from the distribution point of view. If you look at how the generation of the grid we are having, it is very clear that the generation is very much low to serve the whole country. That is for the grid. People are going into extending the grid still to give more pressure on the system. So I think in this direction, we should try to make a law that will stop grid extension. We have the served, underserved, and unserved areas. So since the grid have already been taken care, they have taken care of some areas that are already going to get the electricity. The area that doesn't have this supply, which are underserved and unserved, can be pushed towards the direction of renewable energy. By doing that, I believe the grid will have enough power to serve the main area that are served, while the unserved areas, state governments can key in through the agencies, electrification agencies we are now developing, so that the electrification agency in the states can take care of the underserved or unserved areas. These are rural communities which there are commercial activities there which need electricity. So in the formation of the laws that will that the state governments will come in, it should have a department or unit called maybe research or planning, research and statistic unit, so that that unit will be responsible for gathering data for each and every community that is classified either underserved or unserved community, so as to ease partners' work. When we have when partners come into to invest, they have these different problems of data collection. They don't know this area, they don't know that area. So if the state can come in here and make this available, I think this is a very good one that will help in in making those unserved areas and underserved areas okay with all with supply. And then there is also a need for the state governments to give a room for land access. I have an experience with one partner that came in. He came to invest, but we have problem with land issues and all those things. So I think the state governments can come in and do the necessary to make sure that issue of land is not a problem. It can be free, or at least it should be subsidized to the certain level that and the bureaucracy in getting the land should be wiped out for the investors. Access to electricity to areas that are underserved, which I know now classify them as band. Some are band D, some band B, and those apart from band A. So there are ways which we can the law can impose actions on how to get that. Some of this include issue of availability of this data. If we have the data already on ground and we classify that this place are underserved, then the law that stop, even though this EA that is just that was just approved, give room for many investors to come in and the state to key in. I think that is a very good one to help the matter out. But specifically, we have the most important point that this grid system that is always been extended to other communities, is helping what I said is helping this is stopping the partners to go in, because whenever this grid is extended, the community will be thinking that they are having power while they cannot have enough power to power the business. So if the NAC can stop this extension of grid, I think access to electricity to other communities will be, it will push the partners and the state government to invest into that area. I think I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. And I think you bring a very interesting perspective, both on the legal side as well as on the institutional side, on how to sort of look at it. Before I go to Mr. Obonga, maybe one quick follow-up would be, how would the distribution companies feel about sort of, when you have these regulatory monopolies, you have the first right of refusal to service on many of these areas. Would the distribution companies be open for more flexible arrangements in case there is a clear determination by either the policy document or the electrification document that a certain distribution company cannot reach a certain unserved or underserved area in the next, say, 5 or 10 years? How do you deal with the regulatory land monopoly or the right of first refusal? And again, could I request Mr. Franklin to see if there's any sort of specific questions on this aspect or some responses from this aspect from the participants who want to come in. But my one quick question back to you, Dr. Mohammed, before I go to Mr. Obonga on this.
Yes, here in the in the chat we have questions on data only, but on that aspect I think we can come into that, which is part of one of the main risks of private sector engagement in rural electrification. The question of the arrival of the grid, but I think maybe in question 6 we can, or 7 we can tackle that.
Thank you, Franklin. Sounds good. So maybe if Dr. Mohammed wouldn't want to respond to this one, we have Mr. Talba who has his hand up, and then I'd like to go to Mr. Obonga to get the second point of view.
Thank you very much. I would like to observe that you talk about the monopoly of the distribution companies, but if you look at the law very well, there is no exclusivity for the distribution companies about the areas that they are kind of areas that they are operating. Going by the provision of that, either the NERC, that the commission, or now the state regulatory agency can license any other distribution licensee within that state, also to provide such services within the state. So talking about, there has never been an exclusivity because there is already a framework under the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, the regulation they call it Independent Distribution Network Provider, and it has also been provided in the Electricity Act just recently passed. So I think defense now, we need to understand very well now that there's total transformation of the electricity sector in the country with the coming of the Electricity Act into force. The states now have the responsibility to come up with their also integrated, state integrated electricity strategy and plan. And in that context, it is for the state to decide how they want to go about that and how they are going to identify the electricity needs, and also in the same context, identify within the state if they have the resources to attend to those electricity deposits they have within the states. And in that context, they have the powers now to start to license either a generator or a distribution company to provide services within that state. So the issue of monopoly is no more there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Imanuddin. Now, maybe if I can. Okay, sorry, the host sort of muted me. Thank you, Mr. Imanuddin. Could I go to Mr. Obonga for his sort of point of view from the side of the end consumer on how can equitable access be provided to all citizens, especially when you look at the disparity between the rural and unserved areas in Nigeria compared to a lot of affluent urban areas?
Okay, thank you for having me. And good afternoon, everyone out there. The question is, how can we have equitable access to electricity for citizens, especially those in rural and underserved citizens? First, we have to identify the problem. Do we have enough generation or generated power that can go around the country currently? Two, do we have distribution infrastructure that will deliver electricity to these areas? The third question is there any national policy or plan or strategy in place to solve this problem that every one of us have identified, that Nigeria, as we speak today, has the largest energy access deficit in sub-Saharan Africa? We have been told by several reports that 94 million Nigerians don't have access to the grid. But yet, we are here as a nation going in concentric rings, dancing or running around the problems. What are the problems? So if I can go back to history, under the military governments we had in this country, there was a deliberate plan by the military to develop rural areas. And to do that, they extended various state governments through their military governors and government, extended and expanded electricity to various rural communities. And to boost the economies of these rural communities, the CBN came up with a policy of rural banking, where banks were opened, give the people electricity, make access to loan facilities for them to boost their economic activities. But nobody is looking at this direction. But to come to our question, how can we? Number one, we must deliberately, and particularly now that the electricity has been taken out of the exclusive legislative list in the Constitution, and it has been brought down to the concurrent lists, and now state sub-regional governments or state governments can now generate, transmit, and distribute electricity. There must be a national strategy for the national and the sub-regional governments to come together and work out a plan on how to push electricity to these underserved or rural communities that don't have access. How do we do that? One, both federal and state government can set aside a percentage of their monthly revenues and set up a fund, that's a pool of funds that will be used for these projects. What do I mean? If the allocation, the monthly allocation given to the federal government under a revenue sharing formula, and the states and even local governments. These monies, a percentage of that monies can be set aside, kept in a pool, and both the states and the national government can come together, set up committees to make sure that in each of the states, there is a focus within this period of time in the year, we are going to extend electricity to so number of communities. Why do I say so? I am aware that we have generation capacity of about 13,421 megawatts. And we are told it is only 33% of that 13,421 megawatts that is being used. What happened to the 62%, which is not utilized? So if we are able to put distribution infrastructure in place to take in this quantum of energy, I think a larger percentage of the 94 million Nigerians who have no access to electricity will have access to electricity. And if we are serious to do it as a nation, and I believe it can be done, if there is a political will to do so, we will reduce that large gap of men of the population not having access to electricity. Then come to distribution. The problem we have is within both transmission and distribution. And if it is transmission and distribution, we have to strengthen transmission and strengthen the distribution. And it is very clear to me that the DISCOs are not in position to do this because of liquidity crisis. So I believe some of these loans, particularly the facilities that are coming from agencies or organizations like the World Bank, should be deliberately channeled alongside with the revenue pool that the national and the states are able to put together to extend electricity to the. This is doable. It can be done. Do we recall that the rural electrification concept of 1912 to 1914
Just confirming if is it my connection or
manufacturing companies that were given access to loan facilities, and they went to rural America to meter and even gave credit facilities to farmers to enable them access electricity, enable them set up processing, agricultural processing industries so that they'll be able to pay their distance. So these things can be done in Nigeria. It has happened somewhere. We can fine-tune it to meet our peculiarities here in this country. So what I'm saying in summary is that there must be a pool of money put together by the subnationals and the nationals. Then most of these grants, the World Bank and other development partners are given to the country. A percentage of it can be, because we cannot afford to neglect the development of rural areas. We are seeing the impact of the neglect of these rural communities. And we see in Abuja, in other cosmopolitan cities across the country, the influx of young men and women from rural areas and the nuisance they constitute. So if we take this development of electricity to the rural communities, we are going to stem that tide. I stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Mponga. So I think a lot of the points that you've highlighted, as you said, they have been implemented in many of these countries. The countries where I come from, India, improved the access rate because the government went on a mission mode to connect from 79% to 99% of the population purely based on public funds through an excessive, aggressive expansion of the distribution grid without putting the DISCOs under the strain, because this was done, as you said, by a fund that was created either through the revenues or topped up by the consumer or borrowing of the national government. And when I say 79% to 99%, I'm basically talking about over 400 million people getting access in less than 5 years. But there are other stories. There are enough examples in Vietnam. There are examples closer to home, such as Rwanda and Kenya, who managed to do this. So there are enough documented evidence on how some of these things can be tackled. So I guess that's something as food for thought for many of the people who are taking notes for this call. because you raised the question of how do you access and deploy capital, maybe let me move on to the next question, and then I'll address it to Ms. Ifoma Malo, especially around electricity access. Now, if you look at it, a lot of the private investment that you can attract gets into the generation business. That's where you can ring fence a lot of investment. That is where it's clear how you can extract a good return out of it. Many of the access initiatives tend to be economically viable, but financially unviable. And that's why you need some level of subsidies to sort of complement private financing in order for it to be affordable for the end consumer and financially viable for the private sector. So maybe over to you. Do you have any strategies in your experience that you've seen that have helped, capital investments in energy or in infrastructure deployed on a large scale that have helped electricity supply being improved while keeping it commercially viable for the private companies?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the question, Sharma. So I think, subsidizing capital investments and infrastructure is always, a yin and yang. It often involves government intervention to stimulate private investment, or even government to directly fund some of those investments. But one of the more popular ways that we're seeing now in the infrastructure markets, especially in electricity markets, is the blended finance model, where you're having catalytic capital from global humanitarian organizations or global philanthropy coming in to unlock more commercial funding. And most times these are non-concessionary funding. And so what this does is that it unlocks private capital. You use the development finance to unlock private capital and get more inflows into the economy. And really, this is a path that Nigeria is seemingly exploring more and more, especially with a lot of the downturn in the economy and how it's affecting our revenue as a country. But beyond that also, there are other approaches which include the public-private partnerships, where you have government collaborating with private companies to finance, build, and operate power infrastructure and projects, and also sharing those risks and responsibilities as well. And ensuring that the commercial viability of these projects are reduced, the risk associated with these projects are reduced in the long run. We're also increasingly seeing a lot of, similar to the blended finance model, we're increasingly seeing a lot of grants and loan. And in this way, you also have government providing financial support through grants or low interest loans, especially in the off-grid sector. And this is to encourage private sector to invest in some of these power projects, especially mini-grids and microgrids, in rural, deep rural, and last-mile communities. We've seen this through some of the World Bank REA programs with the National Electrification Program, NEP 1 and NEP 2. And then I think two other things I want to mention are also tax incentives. I think, one of the things we should look at in order to attract more capital for last-mile infrastructure in the electricity sector is looking at tax breaks or credits that are offered to companies investing in this sort of infrastructure, and looking at how to reduce their tax burden in order to incentivize capital expenditure. And then lastly, I think we also want to be looking at subsidized financing. Governments may offer subsidized financing. They've done it in agriculture, such as loan guarantees or interest rate subsidies, to lower borrowing costs for power projects and for last mile delivery projects. A lot of the things that the power sector suffers, especially because we're very import dependent in the power sector, is a lot of the custom duties that are associated with importing these equipments into Nigeria. That is a huge cost because, very often for reasons that are not that of the developers or the power generators, you find that this equipment begin to gather demurrage, which run into millions of dollars and sometimes billions of dollars. There has to be a way to ease the cost of bringing in this equipment into the country, and maybe even giving a complete customs waiver for this equipment that are being brought in for power projects. If that is done, what that does a combination of all of this is that it reduces the cost of delivering last mile power, while keeping the cost of the electricity supply commercially viable, both for the distributor and even the generator. I think one of the other things that I should mention is that, you know, governments have in the past allocated public funds to finance infrastructure projects directly. Now that our constitution has changed and allows state governments to be part of producing their own power, we see a lot of state governments also making budgetary allocations for power. I think that that's a good thing because it can also continue to unlock private capital for those states to be able to build out power systems to their rural areas and their last mile delivery areas. Happy to stop here and give more insights as time goes on and answer other questions as they go on.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malo. And I think you have quite an extensive and comprehensive list, everything from blended finance and specialized performance-based grants that have been utilized in the off-grid sector and some of the other mini-grid sectors. Also, some of the fiscal incentives, interest rate interventions that you highlighted that have worked very well in many of the Eastern African countries, for sure. Obviously, an economy and a country as large as Nigeria will have to rely on local currency, local manufacturing in the long run. You've never had a country that has solved its access problem purely based on imported materials as well as imported sort of international financing, just because of the fluctuations that that happen between borrowing as well as the revenues that you earn in Naira. So I think all very strong points. I see Franklin has his hand up, so maybe let me go over to him if he has something to add on this.
Yes, Ash, I just want to, come back to the blended finance aspect, and I would like to ask the panelist his view about how the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority can play a key role in attracting private sector investment through blended finance initiative, for example.
Franklin, that question was for me?
Yes, it's for you. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's a good question. And it's not just the NSIA. We also have the Infrastructure Bank and also the Development Bank, who have each come up with some sort of a blended finance approach, a blended finance model in terms of subsidizing power or unlocking commercial capital for power. I know that the NSIA was working with a couple of GenCos, with a couple of generation companies a while back, in terms of being able to attract philanthropic or blended finance capital, let's call it blended finance capital, that was going to then create, what's the word I'm looking, that was going to then create like an investment portfolio that commercial banks in Nigeria could then lean on to finance those GenCos. I'm not quite sure where that conversation has gone. It's been, I think, a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. But we've also seen the Infrastructure Bank now take a much more direct approach in trying to build out capital with the Development Bank for a number of power projects, especially in the off-grid sector. Recently, I saw a note on the CEO's LinkedIn page where they were talking about how they're financing a couple of off-grid projects, sometimes to the tune of $50 million to $60 million in financing. So we've seen sort of capital become much more normalized in the sector. The question is whether we have the companies, the generation companies and the distribution companies and even the off-grid companies know enough about this blended finance model to be able to take greater advantage of it.
Thanks a lot, Ifoma. I see there is a hand up by Mr. Princewill Okori. I would recommend that any interjections that you have or any comments that you or any other panelists would have to kindly limit it to less than 5 minutes, if that's possible, please. With that, Mr. Princewill Okori, do you have anything to add or comment on this topic?
Can I go ahead? Can I go ahead? Okay. The discussion is okay. My name is Prince Willow Korea. I'm the Executive Director, Electricity Consumer Protection Advocacy Center. My issue is, I think we need to really look inwards. I don't think we will always be correct when we feel that we cannot locally generate funds to really help ourselves, especially at the rural areas. The area I come from, the health center is that community is built by the community people. The primary school there was built by the community people. Even the secondary school I attended was community people that built them. The power sector issue is, I think there is need to investigate. Why are people losing confidence in the sector? What is happening to the credibility of the discourse that is making the people not to really invest? Like this universal access that will lead to giving electricity to rural people will involve funding even at that rural level. We can't be looking up to get this money. Already, there is a policy that has been on which is wrongly implemented, the Network Expansion Investment Policy of NEC. What has happened to that policy? What was expected was that those who finance infrastructure, who contribute, will recover their investment. But there was no enlightenment, no information, no coordination, to the point that communities out of frustration will come and request to buy transformer themselves. And the distribution company will tell them to write that they have donated it, rather than go into an understanding for them to recover their money. If that model is well implemented, many communities will buy transformers and make these things work. Many communities will want to sponsor provision of mini grid in their communities. If you go to Onitsha and in Anambra State and Aba, most businessmen bought the transformers they are using for their businesses. It was not the disco that bought them. But the disservice we are doing to Nigerians is that rather than coordinate the local financing model that can revolve around this network expansion investment policy, the deceit that is applied in it makes the distribution company not to openly come up to do something in that regard. So I would recommend that if you're talking of universal access, let funding, community funding, or third-party investment or consumer investment in electricity be recognized and refunded. If that is, look at Abuja, for instance. Abuja is an urban area. If you go to UTC or Mog Plaza, there are over 5,000 generators there. And these generators they buy fuel, they buy diesel. If solar is provided there, or mini grid is provided for them there, they will save money because they will everybody, the noise, the pollution, and the noise and the loss they incur in buying fuel and buying diesel will be reduced. But why will we not look at these practical things to coordinate it in a way that people can put in money and recover their investment? Again, I think that local governments, if you want to talk about this universal access, and you want to look at rural electrification, what is the role of the local governments? Can we, in this policy document we are talking about, engage in survey or audit? Let us find out how much revenue has the discourse been generating from local governments where the consumers live. Let us not be deceived. In local governments today, communities are paying heavily for electricity and they are not getting the light. And they are not even in my community. Distribution company was coming and collecting money every 2 weeks, 5,000 each household, some 10,000, until I intervened. And the report wasn't going to their disco. Staff of the company were taking this money. So while we want to talk about there is no money in the sector, have we talked about dealing with the waste and the corruption in the sector? So I want to believe that if we do a thorough survey of the amount of money being generated from communities under local government areas, we will not be able to know, use it to check whether there is an investment potential in rural electrification and in terms of this access. Because if we don't investigate this, we'll keep assuming it's until federal state government bring money, until we borrow money. Again, all the money, Mr. Ash, you may know me, I have asked this question before. All the money that World Bank and the international organizations have been putting in the power sector, how are they monitored in terms of ensuring that they are justifiably utilized? People will make mention of other countries and how things are working. But in terms of corruption, in terms of abuse of rule of law, does it operate there in the power sector? How can money be put, okay, like the money that was put in the military in 2020, can the discourse bring out, I think for us to go forward in finding solution to funding a universal access or whatever kind, there is need to audit or find out the non-metered consumers in the rural communities. How much have they been paying per month? If we can get that detail, we'll get the money locally here to fund rural electrification. Because there was rural electrification fund, and there is what they call community cooperative. How has rural electrification agency implemented community cooperative societies? So how many communities in Nigeria are aware? That takes you again. So because the rural electrification fund is one thing there. The rural electrification cooperative societies are there. How many of them exist? Have they been coordinated to the point that they are made functional before we begin to look elsewhere for money? It is no good we keep being a debtor nation, whereas we can harness local resources that we have to be able to make our country better. This is what I want to suggest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okori. And I think we've had these discussions before. There's a lot of work that is ongoing at the community level funding. We will be happy to brief you on that. Your point on corporate governance overall is very well taken. And I think a symptom of what you're saying is the fact that a lot of the distribution companies in Nigeria are unable to access commercial financing. That is a direct result of the overall institutional investors not having the right confidence in them. But all your points, I mean, in terms of including community level engagement, both in the terms of communities either buying their own transformers or buying their own fuel, and how can they be supported, are all valid points that I think will be debated as we move forward. Because you invoke the role of local governments, maybe let me pivot to the similar question and then maybe go to Mr. Imanuddin Talba again. I mean, there is one thing where we've had these discussions with various stakeholders to say there can be a much bigger, much wider role of the local governments on the states. But when you actually start to put it in terms of implementation, there is a fear of incredible disruption also, because now from one federal regime, you may come up with 36 different regimes. And if they don't interact with one another, the way the private sector views it is incredibly chaotic. One of the benefits of having a progressive, coordinated regulatory regime is that Nigeria offers a large market to many of these private sector. Now, with many of the states starting to take their own decisions, may not have the right kind of capacity or may not coordinate with many of the other federal agencies while they do so, may also result in some states that have winner takes all, while some of the other states who are much behind in the curve on actually attracting private investment. So how do you, and not just private investment, even public investment. So the first question is, how can we engage the states and more sort of local governments to diversify and get either public or private funding for universal access without creating a disruption that will take many other years to solve?
Thank you very much, Ash. The Electricity Act 2023, like I said earlier, has completely transformed the electricity sector in Nigeria. One, because if you look at the provision of the Act under Section 2, subsection 2, has provided that notwithstanding the powers given to the federal government, the states now do have their own power to establish their electricity market, electricity regulators, and come up with the integrated electricity strategy and plan. And if we are taking it that this will kind of provide for about 36 different regulatory institutions in the country, However, we also look at it this way. We have been running the country under one regulator for about 10 years, since 2005, 15 years, I would say. Now, a regulator sitting in Abuja is monitoring all the distribution issues all over the country. And that is what caused the problem of non-performance, because it's not possible for a regulator in Abuja to say that we can adequately monitor the implementation of all the regulations over the country. Now, the provision of the Electricity Act now has gone ahead to solve this problem. The states now, they are on their own. The burden on the federal government to provide electricity hitherto been done is no more there. Now it is the responsibility of the states to audit their electricity needs, identify their electricity deficits, identify resources within their states, and come up with a solution, with a plan and strategy on how they are going to address the electricity deficit within their states. This is what the Electricity Act now is saying. So in that context, now it's saying that states should also establish their state regulatory agencies in order to go about licensing, generation, distribution, and to some extent transmission. So if it is possible to go about implementing this, and if this is done, the issue of access will very fast and adequately be addressed, because it is now the states, and also the Act has provided for local government electricity committees. These local government electricity committees are also to work and come out with the plans within that local government with their electricity needs, and refer same to the state body. That is the State Electricity Board as provided under the Electricity Act. So in that context, it is not difficult, and we believe that if the provision of Act can be implemented the way it is provided, because even at that, a section of the electricity has provided that the national regulator should create a forum where the national regulator will be meeting with the state regulators in order to avoid any conflict or dispute in relation to their operations. That is one. And regarding the Rural Electrification Agency, under Section 151 and 152 also, the REA has been given the go-ahead to relate to the state regulator, State Rural Electrification Agency, to come up with a framework on how they relate with each other. So that now, the context now is this. It is no more the business as usual, where REA here in Abuja will just decide to go about doing a project or mini grid either in Port Harcourt or in Sokoto without involving the states. It is no more there, because now these states are coming out with the policy and the integrated plan. Whatever you are going to do with the state has to go in line with the state integrated strategy and plan. And the acts are provided that even if anybody is going to go for mini grid within the state, that company going to do that has to be licensed by the states. So this is one thing. I agree that there could be possibly the problem of capacity within the states. But in that context, the national regulator is supposed to lead to the states and to assist the state in developing the capacity to establish their own state regulatory agencies. It is not just a saying that, no, it is not possible to go about it. No, we have gone beyond that. We have gone beyond that. And it is not also the business of the government now to go about saying, I'm going to provide a general subsidy for the country. No, it is now for the state to sit down with the distribution company in charge of that state, so that the distribution company will come out with its cost-reflective tariff, sit with the state regulatory agency and say, okay, this is my tariff, this is what I want to go about charging in the states. Now, if the state regulator looks at it and say, okay, I'm comfortable, but our customers will say cannot go about paying that, then the state regulator is supposed to reach out to the state government to provide subsidy in that context. It is not the federal government again. The only thing which we could say the federal government could do to some extent is maybe to subsidize the wholesale price. And how can they do that? At the generation level, maybe reduce or subsidize the cost of the gas for the gas generation companies, and also discount charges for the transmission network. If that is done, then the cost of the wholesale will be brought down. And then if the states also can give subsidy within their states, that will also bring down the cost of electricity. So it is not a matter of saying there will be conflict. No, there will not be conflict because the Act has already foreseen that and has created a platform where all these regulations are supposed to be met. So I believe now, whatever we're thinking about, either about the rural application or about the general conventional power supply in the country, has properly been addressed in the Act. Now, the issue is now, how do we go about implementing this? This is the main thing. And it looks like we are kind of getting too late to that, because the Act says 1 year after coming into force of the Act, the Federal Minister of Power shall come on board with the National Integrated Renewable Energy, National Integrated Electricity Plan and Strategy. We are now in April. I do not know, because my assumption is this: the National Integrated Policy should be the total sum of the state's policy, or aggregate total sum of the state policy. That is what will make the national policy. We have been expecting to see that there will be a kind of the public consultation or national dialogue, where we'll hear all the presentation by the states, and then the federal government, National Minister of Power, will now come with an aggregate position and adopt the national policy. Because if the state, they have their own power also to come up with an integrated policy. Even if the federal government goes about doing its national integrated policy, it is not bound on the state to accept that, because it is provided in the Act. It is within their constitutional powers. So I think this is something which both the Federal Ministry of Power and the REA should also look into this, and they should reach out to the state and sit down with the states and listen to the state, and then carry on the state in that. Because by this, the state integrated strategy and plan has even done away with the kind of what do you call it, the constituency projects that you find in the budgets been added by the National Assembly. It is no more there, because if states now come out with their strategy and policy plan, any project has to be in line with that state's strategic plan. So there's nobody that will bring a project which is not part of what has already been approved by the state, and they introduce or enforce that in the state. It is not possible. So this is something which I think we ought to understand, because it's not business as usual. And talking about incentives, but like you talk about, I had wanted to talk earlier. If we have renewable energy efficiency policy, which was approved since 2015. It has been there with the Ministry of Power. All the incentives I've been talking about, both fiscal and financial incentives, have been provided in that. The custom duty importation of equipment for renewable energy efficiency, the tax relief and tax holidays and other things, they're all provided there. But unfortunately, even the Ministry of Power does not seem to understand that those incentives are there. This is one thing that I think that we should look at. And even the minister, even the REA, I do not think has been kind of taking advantage of those kind of incentives when it is dealing with the rural agencies, because it is part of the rural application strategy plan as approved also in 2015. All these incentives are all there. So I think one thing that we need to understand, the game has changed. It is not for anybody to stay in Abuja and say, this is how I want to run the country or supply electricity in the country. No. The states now do have the constitutional power, and they're there to decide and plan for themselves. And they are going to go about doing that. And I think it's high time, because it has served even the federal government now. Because the issue of subsidy, if I am to advise the federal government, there shouldn't be any subsidy from the federal government by 2024. The states are supposed to provide this subsidy. If a distribution company is coming out with the cost-reflective tariff in your state, and you think that is too much, then provide the subsidy. That is the best way to go about it. And you accept the federal government. Federal government can go about addressing the sector debts and other things now. But talking about subsidy and other things, I think now the states, the responsibilities on the states, even the provision of the electricity now is the responsibilities of the states. The states have been given the power to license generation, distribution, and transmission. If they do not have adequate power there within their state, they are supposed to call for bidders to come to their state and bid and then provide electricity within their state. It's not now for the federal government to go about establishing generation all over the country. Thank you very much. That's my position.
Thank you, Mr. Talba. I think a lot of good ideas there. As you see, I think no one is trying to sort of turn back the clock on what has happened in terms of decentralization. The whole discussion is around how can this transition be handled in a way that it's coordinated, it's less chaotic, and it's most fruitful for all the states. Again, I think there's a lot to discuss here, but maybe let me pass it on to Franklin, I think, who has his hand up. And after Franklin, maybe I'd like to switch to Dr. Musa Muhammad, because DISCOs are in the middle of this debate, basically, because the biggest cost to a DISCO is the cost of energy purchases. And when you have to manage this risk at a state-by-state level, you have to now think about if the tariff is cost reflective or not, are the loss percentages adequate or not? That is the responsibility on the government side, but on the distribution side, why hasn't sort of the loss levels come down in a decade of privatization? Why hasn't there been more metering? Why hasn't there been better commercialization, especially in terms of collection efficiency and all the other aspects? So the DISCOs sort of are in the middle of these two debates. So first over to Franklin and then over to Dr. Muhammad for their comments on the role of local as well as states. Thank you.
Yeah, Ash, I have a question here in the chat. The question is the following. We have been on this power issue as long as I can remember. A lot of policies have been created and integrated upon consultation to enhance and boost the electricity value chain. Why are we still where we are today? Is it okay to say that there is no reliable and sustainable solution to power issue in Nigeria? That's the question. I think it's a provocative question.
I wish one of us had the answer to that question, though. I mean, it's a very interdependent, complicated issue. But again, if one of the panelists want to take on this question along with the states one, please feel free to. Otherwise, over to you, Dr. Muhammad, first, and then maybe we can give some time to the other panelists if they want to respond to this specific question. It's quite an overarching, open-ended question, though.
Can I go ahead, sir?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. The third question, issue of the states and how they can push these partners to come in and have financing option. First of all, these finances, when they are available for the developers, what are they going to use it for? What they are going to use it for is they will purchase the power infrastructure. They will take care of the land. They are going to establish the stations. They are also going to take care of security issue in the area, taxes to pay the state government, and then fuel. So possibly, if less, for instance, mini hydro if they are interested in establishing mini hydro. Now, the state always will tell you that there is no money, and of course there is no, because of the many issues. It's not only the power issues they are facing. There are a lot of issues, and they cannot dedicate everything to issue of power, instead to leave others. Now, if the state can actually help in this manner that if they cannot provide incentives to these partners, they can wipe out issue of tax, state tax for these development partners, issue of access to the running rivers in the issue in the case of mini hydro and other micro hydro power stations. They can also waive it out. Issue of land can also be taken care of, so that the partners can be allowed to purchase only the power infrastructure. They have almost all other things free, so that the state, the partners can have courage. They know that at least there are some cost reduction in doing that. When we go to the issue of discourse. Discourse have so many issues concerning collation of recouping back their money from the local citizens. I have a suggestion for them. If they can go into down to the even low level, each and every distribution transformer to be sent out to partners, so that a single partner can be taking care of 2-3 transformers, distribution transformers. That investor know that he know each and every consumer of his electricity. So the DISCO can fix an MD meter to the distribution transformer, so that the partner will always know how much energy he consumes and how much he's selling to the consumers. This will help in reducing issue of paying or electricity take. So by doing this, I'm optimistic that the financing issue of distribution and access to universal access to electricity will be improved. The state should take, if they cannot give cash or whatever, they should be in kind. Let all these things be wiped out for the partners to come in. At least when this thing has been is set up and the people are enjoying, gradually the subsidy in terms of issue of taxes can come back. Issue of fuel, the tax for the taking running rivers will come back. Land issues will come back. Security issue will come back. I think these are some of the strategies to ensure that development partners are getting ways in financing this projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. I see Mr. Talba, your hand is up. Please, over to you.
Thank you very much. I just want to emphasize on what the last speaker said about the states, what the states can do in the kind of incentivizing investors into the states, like the provision of the land. This is something that one time we considered, because the cost of the land to sub-extent is about 20% to 30% of the total capital cost. So if the states can go about providing the land, to some extent that will bring down the cost of the project. And there are instances where even the states kind of finance the construction of the network to evacuate the power. I think that is also good if the state can consider that. But this is something that I think the state should kind of capture when they come up when they are coming up with the integrated state electricity plan and strategy. And then the issue of meters, which is I think we should also address very adequately here. You know, when the privatization was done, there were promises made as part of the agreement that the distribution companies were to provide a certain number of meters. And then it was also the understanding that from that day, it was not expected that a new customer should be connected without being provided with a meter. But that was not so up till date. But that notwithstanding, what I would suggest is this: if the regulators, the national, and maybe with the states, can give distribution companies, say, 9 months to distribute, provide meters for all the customers within state capitals. Within 9 months, give them that deadline, all within state capital, that will assist. And then after that, give them a deadline to meter their customers within local governments, maybe another 9 months or something, or 6 months. This is something, and if they do not have the funding, because I believe what it used to be was that the cost of the meter and the meter maintenance used to be part of the tariff that consumers are paying. I don't know when it was taken out and why the customers are now going about even buying the meters. But that notwithstanding, if the distribution company does not have the money to go for the meters, the state governments should do that and then sit down and agree on buying the meters and get their money back from the distribution companies. But there should be a deadline given to distribution companies to meter their customers, both within state capitals and local government headquarters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Talba. And okay, I think first over to Mr. Mohammed and then Mr. Okori. I think Mr. Mohammed would like to maybe directly respond to what Mr. Talba said, and then we can hear Mr. Okori's comments. My only suggestion to all the panelists would be to keep their sort of comments brief so that we can cover maybe a couple more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My issue here is issue of some of the partners, they have this challenge of power purchase agreements. When they go to rural area, they want to establish an independent power station and to feed that very rural area. They are afraid of who will sign this agreement. Is it the community? Is it the state? The community doesn't have any single leader to take this responsibility. And the state also is afraid of the signing the power purchase agreement that if they generate this electricity, this village will pay this money. Now, if no one can sign this agreement, so at the end of the day, these partners used to leave. They will think that they will just waste their money. There is no any agreement, this, that. So I think this is one of the serious issue the state governments need to look in. And my suggestion here is the state government should take care of this PPA signing so that there will be, at least if the village cannot pay, then a strategic planning should be done in order to, in citing the project, let it site in between some 3 to 4 villages, so that if this rural community fails to pay, immediately it can switch to maybe another village. And there are so many other options the state need to look at, because this is a serious challenge on especially this mini grids investors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Over to you, Mr. Okori. Please, my request to keep the comments brief.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for permitting me the second time. I want to add something to this discussion. Section 34, subsection 2C of the Electricity Act 2023 gave NEC the responsibility to ensure that appropriate consumer rights and obligations regarding the provision of electricity is set up in disco areas. My intervention here has to do with even what the last speaker was saying. When it comes to signing that power purchase agreement or somebody standing up to speak for the community, this also relates to issue of vandalism, theft, bypass, and other related issues. I think that in implementing or enforcing this section 34(2)(c), there has to be, I'm proposing that Community Consumer Rights and Obligations Committee, if such is had at the community level, to work in partnership, maybe beginning from the national, having such a center at the national to coordinate, or at the state level, to coordinate the communities in a kind of a synergy with the states and security agencies to ensure that this vandalism and theft does not take place. And through there, the community engagement in this mini grid or whatever that is being brought will have people that will take responsibility and make sure that these things are done. And also monitor the performance of the discos in those communities and report accordingly. Because while emphasis is always made on electricity theft and bypass, nobody talks about disco theft by way of overbilling people without following the rule of law, by way of disconnecting people without following the rule of law, by way of frustrating them from having meter. Do you know that lastly, please, one thing that happens now, it is like we've not had light here since yesterday. Now, if a consumer wants to install meter in his house or he wants to install something, the distribution company in most states will begin to demand what they call a loss of revenue. And these are facilities discos should provide by themselves. And then when somebody is funding it to provide, you are still subjecting the person to pay you loss of revenue before you can permit him to do that. Meanwhile, the meter that he is fixing is your property. He won't carry it away. The transformer is still being used by the disco. So there's a lot that need to be done in this regard. I think that more confidence of the community people will be built to relate, even in mini grid or on grid, if there is a synergy to monitor both the consumers and both the discos, and enforcement done, punishment done. Is enough in Nigeria. When people do things that are wrong, rather than punishing them, we leave them and find another road that we want to go. Just like I'm saying, what has happened to rural electrification cooperative society? What has happened to rural electrification fund? In this policy, shouldn't those ones be looked at? What has happened to revenue collection for unmetered consumers to ensure that those monies don't go into the hands of other wrong people without the discos getting them, and they still cry of not getting enough to use? That's what I want to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Mr. Aluko's hand up. Do you have something to contribute to the ongoing discussion?
Well, thank you. I guess that was Mr. Sharma admitting me to the meeting. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Very good. Very good. Well, yeah. This is Professor Aluko. I'm the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Public Utilities in Ekiti State, and I'm happy to be here. Mr. Sapong had indicated that I make some contributions, and I'm happy to do so. Before I go on, though, I want to thank Mr. or Dr. Mamjudin Talban of REEA Alliance for his eloquent contribution in terms of where the states should be positioned in all of this. I, coming from the states, we are absolutely interested in ensuring that the act, that is the constitutional amendment and the act, are allowed to be fully implemented, and that the states be fully encouraged to exercise all the provisions of the act without concerns or fears that we are so crippled or so incapacitated that we will do far less better than what the federal government has done in the past 60 years or 30 years or 40 years. I think we will do much better and certainly not worse. The issue, for example, of generation. If a state is able to attract 10 megawatts, 20 megawatts into its own state, clearly, when you look at it compared with maybe what it never had before, there's not a single generation in Ekiti State. We've had 2 megawatts of private investor generation in the state, and everybody is howling and hawing simply because we did not have any before. But if we compare that with the entire country, it looks very minuscule. I think that when going forward, every advance in generation capacity, in transmission capacity, will be far more impactful within the state than when we think of it on a national level. So I think we need, and various states will have various means of attracting investment into their own states, depending on the sincerity, the ease of doing business, the ability of their governors or their persons to attract investors. I think we should allow the states to do that. In addition to the fact, of course, that the transmission losses too will be less. The distance between the generation and the output will be far less. I mean, all these issues of 30%, 40% transmission losses will be far less, and we'll be able to have smarter grids, invest on smarter grids, and so on. So I think the plea is that whoever thinks that we cannot do what we need to do should just simply work with the states to ensure that we move this sector forward. Somebody asked why the country is the way it is over this long time. It's simply because in the energy environment, we have done this from top down rather than from bottom up. I think I was at a summit the other day when what we are doing now is what India had done 30 years ago. We went from the regional up because primary energy sources are local, energy needs are local, transmission losses are smaller when the source to sink is shorter, and so on. So it is what we should have been doing for a long time now is what we are doing now, and we should not do anything to reverse. We should not do anything to reverse that. In terms of metering, you know, if in 2013 there had been a serious effort at ensuring that metering was properly positioned, we will not be in some of the problem we are in. The lack of metering eroded the confidence of citizens in the electricity industry seriously, and we've never been able to recover that confidence. With the new Electricity Act and everything, we must recover that confidence by ensuring maximum metering. And some of the subsidies and so on that are being talked about, some of it should really be directed at metering. And we do not need in every single community the most expensive meters. There will be some places where you require a meter that will be able to talk to you, some that will be able to spit out all the energy you've used in the past 6 years. But there will be places where you just need to ensure that a meter properly meters the energy you use and it is tamper-free. There's a whole range of meters that can come in that way. And I think we need to be less restrictive on requesting AMI meters or this or that. I mean, there may be some standards there should be some standards, but we should understand that we have various users. So my final point is again having trust, making sure that the citizens, consumers trust what we are doing. The Band A issue, for example, has exposed many people did not even know whether they were Band A or Band B or Band C. Even if you are not Band A, clearly they believe that they know that Band B costs more than Band C, and Band C costs more than Band Z. But they want to be sure that if you have told them that they are Band B, then they should not be paying more. Band C, they should not be paying as much as Band B if, in fact, the supply that you've told them is a certain number of hours. And a certain number of hours does not mean a certain quality of supply. You can supply me 20 hours of candle power. That does not mean I should be happy about it. It is 20 hours of a certain quality of electricity. And that's what we should really be aiming at, not 4,000 megawatts peak, but 4,000 megawatt hour per hour. 4,000 megawatt hours per hour. That is what we should be aiming at. And we should be aiming at that at the state. We should be aiming for a megawatt hour per hour improvement on the state level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aluko. And I think a lot of things that you said have very deeply resonated with for us, for sure, on the World Bank side. We've definitely felt that the distribution sector is the critical sector because it's the revenue generating sector that needs to be fixed first. In fact, we have in our proposal for to close the metering gap, bids that have been received that allow for smart meters to be procured at the rate of $50 per meter, which is much lower than what the NERC allowance for $120 per meter was set at. And taking your point, right, no country has done 100% smart meters for all customers because it's just not needed. Even more advanced countries like Latin America and South Asia, like my country, India, it's only in the range of 15% of the customers that really need smart meters. Thin, slim meters are the way to go in many of these cases, and those really cost around $15 to $20. So you're really talking about a very minimal burden to the country in terms of the fiscus compared to what the regulation has been set at. So from the perspective of an external body like us and me, I still fail to understand why a metering package has been stuck for over multiple years on this one. So I'll leave it for the panelists to determine why some of these decisions have maybe a political dimension to it. But again, I'm conscious of the time, so maybe I'll touch upon one of the issues that we haven't spoken so far, which is the nexus of electricity with sectors such as agriculture, maybe refrigeration, electric vehicles, and others, especially in the line that a lot of the rural development that we've been discussing can only happen if there are local economies that power it. So a lot of the thrust behind government's ambition on, at least on the distributed renewable energy side, are complemented with productive uses of electricity. How do you generate more demand? How do you have more productive uses of electricity? So maybe, are there any sort of positions on how that can happen? So maybe let me first go to Ms. Ifoma Malo, and then any other panelist who maybe wants to come in on this question. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So on the question of productive use, one of the things that we we tend to see is that a lot of the productive use efforts are geared towards agriculture. And that's a great thing, because one of the things that has happened in the agricultural sector is there's a lot of incentives that are being given, especially for smallholder farmers and rural farmers in the agricultural space. So there's been a lot of agricultural financing scheme by the federal government and even state governments. So it makes sense from an economic point of view to tie a lot of the productive use activities to agriculture. However, there's an argument that we're making about maybe broadening that scope and having a lot of the financiers in the sector looking, and also governments looking beyond agriculture. For instance, one of the things that we're seeing is a huge demand for electricity in towns, smaller towns that are not city. This is peri-urban communities. It's for small-scale manufacturing and small-scale economic activities. So people who are into printing, people who are into fabrication, especially in clusters. How are we able to make these activities off-takers for the electricity sector, the electricity that is coming towards the rural and deep rural areas? That conversation is one that is going to have to happen with government support, because the policies and incentives that exist for the agri sector, for instance, like I mentioned, don't exist for these other sectors. So while we're talking about rural industrialization and building out cottage industries in rural areas, some of the non-farming communities that we're seeing mini-grids go up in, for instance, mini-grids and microgrids go up in, are now looking at providing power and off-takers for these sort of other economic activities that are not captured under agriculture. And then trying to work with state governments and also municipal, local governments in helping to grow and catalyze that. So this means also there's a lot of behavioral change work that goes in there. How do you teach the artisans and the small-scale manufacturers how to use power differently and how to be more efficient in the use of power? And one of the things that's happening is that the more that we're seeing this happening, and that there's a data sets of success stories that have been built out, we see that there is more incentive for private sector and some state governments to then invest in this. I'll give a quick instance. There is a community in the Northwest that we have a mini grid developer who built a mini grid there, I think a couple of months ago, 18 months ago. And part of the off-takers was off-takers in that community were people who were fabricating metal products that were used for other things. And metal is huge. It turns out that they needed, because of the amount of activity, productive use activity that was going on there, it turned out that they needed more than what the mini grid at the time had the capacity to provide. So there had to be a resizing of the mini grid in order to accommodate that. So there wasn't even at some point enough power to power some of the homes in that community. But what then happened was, because this power was going to people who were producing something that others wanted to buy, there was a whole sub-economy that was built around this power from other businesses, associated businesses who were now taking power from the community. It goes back to what the president of NECAN said about how to harness community resources for power development or power infrastructure. That is a fact. However, because of what's happened again in the past 18 months to 24 months, a lot of these communities that we work in, we've seen them get increasingly poorer. So asking them to bring out these resources to be part of the power development is sometimes asking too much for people who don't have food to eat. And so that's why we'll continue to make the case that looking at a mix of financing models and not completely neglecting all of the cooperatives that can contribute to this, or even the ref fund where it exists, would help. But I think, like Engineer Talbot said, the state governments have a key role to play And one of that key role is to unlock other value chains that go beyond agriculture when we are talking about productive use. So artisanal mining is one of them. We've seen small scale manufacturing, one of them. We've seen a community where there was a mini grid that was powering a mini plastic recycling factory, and making success out of it, making sure that that mini grid continued to run profitably for over the past 3 years it's been existing. And these are the success stories that we need to also codify into data to be able to attract more investments in future. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malo. I think a lot of very good suggestions, especially both on agri, but also looking at areas outside agri. I completely agree. I think the more financially viable these mini grids would be, they would be in a better position to sort of serve the households. It's also a good reminder for many of the development partners and the federal government who institute such programs that if they only look at households as a means of providing electricity, the households would never be able to consume enough, and hence the tariffs from the mini grid side would have to be either raised significantly, which makes them unaffordable, or more subsidies would have to be provided. So I guess this local manufacturing, local stimulation of demand is a very critical element in long-term sustainability. I see Mr. Mohammed's hand up. So Dr. Mohammed, over to you, please.
Thank you, sir. My contribution here is I observe that the Ministry of Agriculture, both at the federal level and the states, always channels their interventions and incentives towards issue of fertilizer, seeds, and etc. They don't consider issue of issue of industrialization and how they can transform the agriculture into modern agriculture and ease this system of farming to farmers. I particularly want to talk about irrigation farming, which I know most of the costs in the irrigation farming, almost 50% or more goes to fuel issue. If the incentives can channel in the direction of replacing these fossil fuel generators to solar-powered pumping machines, I think it will save a lot. We try to bring that in Kaduna, but we have some issues because these solar-powered pumping machines, they are very expensive, and the farmers cannot afford to buy. So we try to see how the government can come in, and that is where we are now. Almost all the incentives by the government, both the state and the federal, are not channeled towards this type of issue of irrigation. So we are now searching for a way to help farmers so that they can have, at the long run, the solar-powered pumping machine is cheaper than the fossil fuel machine. However, the initial cost is high. Initial capital cost is high, and that is where the government should come in. So my suggestion here is the federal at the state level Ministry of Agriculture should be encouraged to consider the issue of this pumping machine, solar pumping machine. It is easier and it is cost effective if it is considered in the long run. But the starting point, it is high. The cost is high and the farmers cannot afford to buy. So this is my own contribution regarding the agricultural part of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. Just being conscious of the time, maybe one more question to Ms. Malo, especially on a consistent and updated data collection system. And we've seen challenges around it, everything from how many people are unelectrified in Nigeria. We've seen different estimates that are hotly contested for right reasons. Because of lack of metering, we've seen estimated billings that has created issues in the country, especially in a large economy like Nigeria. Maybe let me first pass it on to Ms. Malo, and then I see Franklin's hand up, so if he wants to contribute to that. But generally, how can we create a consistent and updated data collection system, both at the national as well as subnational levels? Over to you, Ms. Malo.
Thank you, Shema. So this is something that my organization has been working on for the longest time. One of the challenges is not that there isn't data. There is data, and there are a lot of organizations working on data. The problem is that it's not coordinated. We've seen a lot of geospatial mapping tools. We've seen demand assessment tools. We've seen grid design tools, financial assessment tools, educational tools. A lot of these toolkits that are used to collect and harness data exists. Most times they're funded or driven by the development institutions. But then they're operated in a way that does not give the right elements of transparency for people to be able to make informed decisions. Most of the data tools are most times they're behind the paywall. Sometimes the paywalls are quite expensive. And sometimes not all of the local developers in the country can afford them. So does the data mapping tools, do they exist? Does the data exist somewhere? It does. What are they used for? They're used for a whole bunch of things, from, like I said, demand assessment to financial assessment to demand analysis, whatever it is. But how do people get access to it? And how can we then make informed national electrification or state electrification planning to it? The first thing is awareness, right? For instance, just the back of the hand envelope count shows that we have, at least by our own, about 16 toolkits currently in Nigeria that are collecting electricity data. There's one by Peopleson Financial Assessment Tool for Electrification. It's been driven by the Wuppertal Institute and Ramonian Institute in Germany with the support of the German government. And that tool collects financial assessment tools, financial assessment data. We have the MEI's preliminary demand assessment tool that helps with demand assessment, collects data on demand assessment. We have the DLAB as energy assessment toolkit, collects, again, demand analysis and also bottom-up community data. And it goes on and on. We have the community energy toolkit. We have the Nigeria Integrated Energy Planning toolkit. We have the Nigerian SE for All Platform 3.0, the Energy Access Explorer, EA. It goes on and on and on. And all of this data, like I said, is warehoused in different institutions, sometimes under paywall, sometimes not available to the public, sometimes not even available to the Nigerian government and the state government. And so one of the things that we're championing with the help of the AFDB now is to do some sort of open data warehouse where a lot of these organizations and institutions that have these demand assessment tools or data assessment tools are able to make it available, at least at the very least, to federal government agencies, state government agencies, and where they exist, local government entities that need this for electricity planning. So the data is really necessary to even unlock everything else we've talked about here, because if we don't have these numbers that we need, how are we planning? How do we even say that we're doing a holistic planning for electricity demand across the country? I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malo. Franklin, you had your hand up, possibly over the earlier question, but please, if you have any contributions or if you see anything that's happening on the online side, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Ash. No, what I just wanted to add here is mentioned by the panelists who just spoke. I think the issue of coordination is key in this data collection exercise. It's important that at the government level, an institution like the Rural Electrification Agency is responsible for that. And also, it's not only, let's say, coordination, but it has to be, something systematic, which will go on and will be integrated in the planning process of the country. So maybe we can put it as one of the policy recommendations so that, a kind of coordination can be put in place, and a systematic methodology of collecting data and maintaining that data for planning can be put in place. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Franklin. Okay, I think we're at the time where we don't have any further questions, but maybe what I'll do is give 1 minute to each panelist to sort of summarize 1 or 2 actionable items on the policy side that they would want to leave this discussion with. Let me start with Mr. Imanuddin Talba.
Thank you very much. I want to just say that in coming up with the National Integrated Electricity Policy and Strategic Plan, there's a need to look into the different mediation that needs to be considered. One is about the financial mediation, financial intermediation, and the technical intermediation, and also the organizational intermediation. These are issues that need to be captured under the policy. But like I said earlier, the Federal Ministry of Power needs to reach out to the states to work out and come up with a final draft copy of the National Integrated Plan, because, like I said earlier, the landscape has changed. By the provision of Section 2, subsection 2(3), it says that whatever the provision subject to the provision of the Constitution, Section 4 of the second schedule, the state can also cover with their policies and also their laws related to what was stated in the Electricity Act. So in order to avoid a kind of conflicts and dispute in that respect, there is a need, as provided under the Act, to, as quickly as possible, establish a platform where the states and the Federal Ministry of Power, the federal government, shall sit down and work it out. Because most of the things that have been done now by the Federal Ministry of Power or the federal government are things that are supposed to be handled by the states. So I want to suggest that, and also the Royal Electrification Agency shall also reach out to the states in order to come up with a framework on how in future they'll be relating with the states, because it's not as it used to be now. The states are supposed to be involved in whatever rural electrification projects are going to be done in their states, and they need to sanction that kind of project before it is being done. So I think this is something that needs to be considered to be properly addressed also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Talba. Over to you, Dr. Mohammed, on your final comments and maybe an actionable suggestion.
Thank you very much. Finally, we have been seeing so many policies and implementation plans, but the issue of implementation is the major problem. I want to suggest that this time around, let us be different. Let this policy be implement. Let us implement these policies. As at now, I think the Electricity Act says it should be kick in 1 year, and the 1 year is already here. So the Ministry of Power should do whatever to ensure that each and every state have passed their law that establish their electrification agency as well as the regulatory agency, so as they should develop a tracking method so that each and every state will be carried along and they will be pushed to do what is necessary. And regarding the last speaker, she come up with issue of data coordination, that the data, they are available, but the coordination is a problem. I think that mandate is directed to National Power Training Institute. I read their functions and I observed that they are interested. They are having the mandate of coordinating data of power industry for research and development. So they should be wake up in their own functions. Thank you so much for the opportunity we have to discuss these issues.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now over to Mr. Obonga for his final remarks. Mr. Roket Obonga, are you still with us? Well, let me go over to Ms. Ifoma Malo for now.
Yes. So again, thank you for this opportunity to be part of this session. And I think, with the amount of grid collapses we've had this year, this is basically the most topical issue that anybody could be involved in. I think for me is 2 or 3 takeaways. The first one is that issue of data, that we need it to be better coordinated for holistic planning. Secondly, I think the issue of regulation, proper regulations, the reward and stick. I think, NERC, I want to be generous with NERC regulator and say they are trying, but we were very happy to see that there was some sort of enforcement with one of the discos who went beyond the limits of the bands that were created. This maybe forced other discos to sort of, get in shape and do better projections for who that would belong to. But we want to see more of that, because I think that would help keep the market in shape in much more concrete ways. And then lastly, it would help enable trust in the electricity system. There is a huge trust deficit, both on the side of government, both on the side of the private sector, both on the side of the discos, and yet nobody believes anything anyone is saying anymore. And this is why people are now actively calculating their electricity usages and their electricity power availability to determine what band they come from. They are no longer waiting for anybody, any institution to tell them what band they belong to. So we have to do a lot of work to rebuild that trust in the electricity markets. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malo. Let me also ask Franklin if he has any, based on the discussion he's coordinated, if he has any final remarks he want to come up with.
No, Ash, I think in the interest of time, I think I prefer that you summarize what we have discussed. I noticed that there are some key elements such as productive use, data collection, and also trust in the sector, which need to be included in the final setup of the policy we will propose for the next discussion. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Franklin. And as you rightly said, in the interest of time, I mean, I've taken down extensive notes for each of the questions. One way is I could pass.
Can I make one last comment, if you don't mind?
Sure, please, Mr. Aluko. Just only request to be brief. Thank you.
Yeah, very, very brief. I mean, I just want the states to be better trusted at taking certain control. I think it's important to trust that the states will be able to do what the Act requires them to do, so that going forward, there'll be less. I mean, somebody had mentioned that the states that have not enacted their laws be fully encouraged and assisted to ensure that their laws be done within the shortest possible time. And having done that, there'll be far less intrusion by NERC in those states which have set up their regulatory bureau, so that we don't just wake up and get a national regulation by NERC that includes those states that already have their law. So there should be less intrusion by NERC and not more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aluko. So I was going to go through each question and sort of summarize what we learned, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to send my notes to the organizers of this conference in the interest of time. What I can overall see is that in the power sector in Nigeria, there has been a significant trust deficit that has been building between the citizens, the government, and the private sector. We've seen a situation where the citizens don't really trust the government in terms of their delivery of service. The citizens also don't trust, whether or not the right kind of incentives have been provided the private sector constantly complains about the contracts not being honored. So you have a system that works on a best effort basis, which is just suboptimal for a country, again, as important as large and as crucial as Nigeria. I think the key message that I take away is that there's been many policies, regulation that have been in the past, but the true test of this is how do you get a genuine best effort implementation of this done at the state level with the effort of the state, with the trust that the states can implement it. My one word of caution, only coming from the country, India, where it's only one of the 3 or 4 countries that have implemented power sector at the state level. There will be teething issues in such an implementation, but I think the trick is for the federal and the state to constantly coordinate and be, and the development partners like us are in this fray to sort of help support this coordination as much as we can. So with that, thank you everyone for taking out the time and contributing to this rich discussion. Let me hand it over to Victor to see if there's any other final remarks that need to be made. But otherwise, it's been a pleasure chairing this session, and I hope to see all of you in a different setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ash. And thanks to the panelists and the technical moderator, as well as all participants in this session. It's been quite an engaging session, a lot of takeaways. I love the fact that a lot of recommendations came out of this session. Please be rest assured that all the recommendations are going to be taken on board and as much as possible reflected in the policy recommendations that will go on to the meeting in May and eventually form the NIPSIP document. I'll encourage you to stay with us. The next sessions resume tomorrow, session C. Tomorrow we have sessions C and D. Permit me to just quickly put up my slide, just so you see what sessions we're having tomorrow. I encourage you to take time out and stay with us, stay through this discussion to make your contributions, and so that we'll have something robust as we go along. It's been the Africa Energy Marketplace in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Power. And this is towards the National Integrated Electricity Policy and Strategic Implementation Plan. So tomorrow, we'll move on to national wholesale markets. That discussion will be at 9 a.m. And then in the afternoon tomorrow, same time, 2 p.m., we'll have a discussion on the state markets. I like the fact that the discussions have started shaping up into the subsequent sessions, and we hope that we'll have equally or even better engagement as we've had today. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
We have this manual. IT, Tanya, I guess we can go off now so that you do the closeouts.
Going to end the session. Thank you.
Tanya, can
Yes.
we
Yes,
resolve my
yes,
issue
let me
with?
call you on Teams and we can resolve it.
Ah, okay, very good. Okay, I can leave now.
Yes.
Okay, very good.